What's good, the peoples? How's everybody doing tonight? We have Squeaky Chair. We have a little bit of work to do on maps. And then we will have the Treasure Hunter augment, and we will begin hunting for nonsense. Was there a treasure box in the back of this room? Really? And I didn't open it? What's wrong with me? Oh, it's a cottage. So we just have to go to the end of... There's one more boss to fight in the next portion of the dungeon, and we have to map out that portion of the dungeon. And then we'll be done with the story content of the game. And the grinding shall commence. I'm not using any spells against this guy. That would be dumb. Right, I gave her aim so she would gain speed as she levels up. In Rydia, I can give Bard's Song, and I've got the upgrade augment. Oh, Rydia's not equipped with Bard's Song, though. That's... It's not going to matter for this playthrough, though. I don't think stats carry over. It's only going to matter when we get to the third playthrough. Oh, it's just she didn't... Okay, I gave her aim because she doesn't have anything else she wants to equip, whereas Rydia does want all this stuff as she levels up. I am going to go ahead and give her Bard's Song, though, because that will give her +1 speed at level up. Edge gets speed from both steal and throw, so he's already good. Cecil, I think, gets speed from reach. Kane gets speed from Guild Farmer. So everybody's getting speed at level up. You're getting intellect from Black Magic and Summon, and probably Fast Talker. Rose is getting spirit from White Magic. I'm not sure what jump gives. But I would have to assume that Cecil and Edge are both getting strength. So I'm not going to try to max out everybody's everything, but I think it's important to, for the third playthrough, and we're going to be fighting the super bosses, it's going to be important to level up everybody's speed and spirit. Spirit, I believe, translates into magic defense. Can we just see if that correlates? I'm pretty sure that's the case. 99 spirit, 34, 28 magic. Yeah, the higher your spirit, the higher your magic defense. And hers is already maxed, so... and that's why it's very difficult to kill Rosa with magic attacks. But when we go to fight the super bosses, I'm thinking speed and spirit are the most important stats, so we're going to prioritize those, as well as whatever your character's primary stat is. So spirit for Rosa is a white mage. Strength for Kane, Edge, and Cecil, and then intellect for Rydia. And she's maxed on intellect as well. So really, as long as, for this playthrough, if we focus on Rosa and Rydia getting speed, we'll be in pretty good shape. Okay. Get back to mapping. So we're going to complete the Naming Way quest tonight with any luck. The pink puffs in this dungeon drop a very rare tail that we need to get a suit of animate armor. And I am gonna flare you, I think. We're also gonna slow you, and Berserk Edge is fine. So they drop the pink tail extremely rarely. It's gonna be a 0.8% drop per pink puff, and this version has us fighting 3. They're actually called Flan Princess, not pink puffs. But we're fighting 3 of them per fight, which we've worked out in Discord to be 2.4% chance of seeing a pink tail per battle. But they also drop rainbow puddings at a somewhat higher chance. So by the time we see the pink puff, we will also probably have seen the rainbow pudding, which is what we need to complete the Naming Way quest. I don't think we're going to have any difficulty fighting the Flan Princesses. I think the idea is they're going to berserk everybody. Cecil's immune to berserk because he has his crystal armor. But what we're going to do in that fight is they're going to attack. Cecil's going to eat all the attacks because he's got draw attacks and he's going to counter. But we're going to have him use a remedy on Rydia and get the Bahamut spell out. And I think that's all we have to do as far as winning the Flan Princess fight. We might have to revive Cecil after every fight, depending on how much damage they do. We'll see what the actual haps is. And then we're just going to buckle in for a lot of grinding. There are a whole host of tails we have to grind up. And the pink tail is actually the more common one because we get 3 chances at it in each fight, whereas later tails that we go for, we're only going to get 1 chance per fight because we'll only be fighting 1 monster at a time. Fortunately, you can buy Sirens in this version, which automatically give you the fight you're looking for. Yeah, he's got Strength, Speed, and Intellect. Not status, I want abilities. So he's getting speed from these. He's probably getting intellect from this. So his attack command must be giving him strength. We'll look next time Kane levels up and see if jump is giving him strength. We better cure Raga after getting hit by that. I didn't stream on Saturday because I was taking the time to set up YouTube monetization, so you should, if everything has gone correctly, you should see below the video the link to be a YouTube member, which is the same as being a Twitch subscriber, but being a subscriber on YouTube means something different. It's very confusing. But you should see that link. You should see a link in the description that goes to my tipping page so you can give donations during the stream, and you should be able to purchase super chats, whatever those are. I have no idea. We'll find out. And if you do any of those things, I should see an alert pop up. All of that should be working now, with any luck. Oh, I was going to check Kane's level up, and I didn't. Oh well. What's up, Rinsler? Okay, so we have just like 4 maps to go, I think. I kind of just don't want to fight right now, though. I just want to get these maps done. We're not going to complete this map on this trip because I went the wrong way at the start. We're going to have to get that beginning area first. I think this guy is somebody we want to farm later. No, not the face. It's the breath that we want to farm. I like how angular this map looks. So we should see an alert pop up for that super chat, with any luck. Actually, let me log into... Maybe I have to log into that site. I have like... You have to have like 3 separate dashboards open while streaming, so... Yep, it noticed the super chat, so hopefully the alert popped up correctly. As far as I know, that's all. Is that all Super Chat does? It just shows up yellow on my chat window and it pops up there. It popped up? Excellent. And it made the little noise? Okay, good. So thank you very much for the Super Chat. I think it was supposed to make a Moogle noise, but I forget now. Yeah, I'm just gonna run from everything in here. That laser barrage is pretty gross. Wasn't happy with that. Alright, let's get destroyed by Ogopogo. How are we doing? That's quite a lot of damage. And he's going to do that again, I think. Let's... Kiraja and then Shell. You cry. You flare. You attack. Oh man, the super chats show up in all kinds of colors. This is fun. Well, thank you, Rinsler, very much for your super chat. I should open up the widget on my laptop so I can see when it pops up. Would be the correct thing to do. Shell should take care of most of this. Actually, I'm going to attack with him. No, I'm going to Berserk him is what I'm going to do. Kiraja. And there it is. I'll go ahead and Berserk your boy. Yeah, those crits are better than throwing shurikens. So I realize I've got people who watch these streams that have not watched my streams before because they were happening on Twitch. All this monetization stuff is stuff that I already had on Twitch. I'm just turning it on for YouTube. There's no obligation to ever give me money if you don't want to. I don't ever make any of my contents gated behind donations or memberships. I think YouTube's going to make me upload one members only video just so my alert on my YouTube page will stop yelling at me about it. But if you never are a member, that video will not be anything special. You won't be missing anything by not seeing it, I promise. I appreciate everybody just being here and being in the chat, watching the streams and hanging out with me. But streaming is one of my sources of income, so I do need to turn it on. And I need you to equip your new sword. It's going to be a dog video. No, but if you are a member, you should be able to type !Lulu in the chat, and then I have to show Lulu on stream. Like right now, the !Lulu command shouldn't do anything if you're not a member, but if you click the membership, you'll also get access to the emotes, which I've only added one emote right now, but I'm going to add the rest of them at some point in the near future. But I put like the Lulu and the Rubik's Cube commands as membership perks. I had to do it in kind of a janky way because YouTube doesn't have loyalty points the way Twitch does, but I think it should work. There should be a link down below the stream that goes to a tipping page. You can always give donations through that. And it can type a message in there. If you just type the message like, this is for the commission that I want you to do, then I'll make a note of it. And you can, it should be set up. If it's not set up, let me know and I'll take a look at it tonight. But it should all be set up properly. I took hours on Saturday. I didn't stream on Saturday. I focused on getting all this done instead. It is almost flan time. All we have to do is get these last few maps. And then it is flan time. We're just running from all these hipster bronies down in here. Don't need to be messing with a behemoth right now. Now, I think the way this game works is that once I kill Zeromus, it automatically starts my New Game Plus. Like, it'll start it in the same save I have this saved to. So once I kill Zeromus, I have committed to completing this first playthrough. And I don't want to do that until I have the 3 of the rare drops that carry over. Those being the Pink Tail, which I can turn in for Adamant Armor, the Rainbow Pudding, which I can complete the Naming Way quests, and whichever tail it is that gets me an Onion Blade. So we're going to do 3 big item grinds in this playthrough, and then we will probably not do any more grinding in this game until the 3rd playthrough. I could grind up, theoretically, as many Pink Tails as I want. Like, I could commit to getting 5, 1 for each character, but I'm going to be happy with just having 1 of each item available in the game. I mean, there's lots of missed items in the sense that there's a lot of items I just didn't get. But I think the Deathbringer is the only item that I missed in this run. And it's not going to matter because that doesn't carry over. The only items that carry over are the rare tails, HP and MP items like Soma drops and golden apples, and augments. Yes, that's why it's an almost perfect save. It's like, I'm not interested in committing to maxing out stats on every character because that's a real pain for some games. This game, it's actually not that bad. This game, it's actually pretty easy to get max stats. But okay, I'll walk you through my reasoning. Like, okay, does it count as a perfect save if you get 1 Pink Tail and therefore 1 suit of Adamant Armor? Well, not really, because you could get 5, and everybody in the party could have some. But then, is it considered a perfect save if you get 5 Adamant Armors? Well, no, not really, because you can carry 99 of them. So to get an actual perfect save, you'd have to get 99 Adamant Armors. And I'm just not willing to spend the next 7 years of my life farming Pink Tails. So if I'm seeing correctly, Treble just made Prompto sing, and everybody knows he does so love to sing. But now Treble should have access to a couple of special chat commands. So, unlike Twitch, YouTube lets me set up several different membership tiers. Twitch does send up several tiers, but it does it automatically. The lowest tier is $5, and then there's like a $20 one that I've never seen anybody use. I set the tiers at like $1 and $3 and $5, I think. Oh, the singing didn't happen, huh? Let's see here. Why did the singing not happen? I'm using different stream overlay software that I'm not used to, so we're still kind of de-jankifying this process. So I actually found a really detailed guide on GameFAQs about the perfect save in Final Fantasy VII, and it's obscene. Like, this guy, in order to get the perfect save, like, he would have you stealing 99 of every stealable item. And in that game, there's a lot of missable items and objects and things. Like, you have to lose the fight at Fort Condor 99 times because there's a drop there that doesn't happen anywhere else in the game. So the reason I'm calling it almost perfect save is so nobody can pop in and be like, oh, it's not actually the perfect save because you didn't doobly-doop-a-doo. But I am aiming for a level that I think most reasonable people would agree counts as a fully completed hundo save. So we're going to be doing some pretty gross stuff over the course of this project. We're going to be completing Gao's Rage List. We're going to be getting all the blue magic for all 3 girls in Final Fantasy X-2. We're going to be filling out the Final Fantasy XII Bestiary and getting all the bonus pages. Like, we're going to do some awful, awful things over the course of this. Yeah, this overlay is not working properly. Give me half a second to troubleshoot this. I'm not sure if I could troubleshoot it from my laptop. But... okay, so I can manually make the alert pop up. Let me... maybe the URL is not plugged in. Oh shit, it would be, because it's... I'm not sure why it's not showing up then. So nobody else clicked the membership button tonight. Only Treble, because apparently the alerts aren't working. And I'm going to have to do some investigative work as to why. So Treble, thank you for being the guinea pig and showing us that the alerts are not working. And I will figure out why after my stream tonight. Because they're plugged in properly, because I can manually push the button and make them pop up. For some reason, it's not, like, the YouTube stuff isn't being sent over to the overlay people. Thunder Plains, I want to say, it took me about 8 hours the first time that I did. The only time that I did it. I've only done it once. I worked at a job where I had an office to myself, and it was a very, like, low intensity job, so I had a lot of time to myself. I had a PlayStation hooked up in the office. And it was around this time of year. It was around Christmas time, so it was especially dead in the office. And I started playing at 7:30 in the morning, and I took a break around lunchtime, and by close of business that day, around that time is when I finally successfully dodged all the thunderbolts. It's actually not that difficult to do. It's just you kind of have to get into a rhythm of doing it. Oh, is there an easy exploit? But you see, after you do become a member of the channel, you get a nice little icon by your name, and it starts out as a little Final Fantasy knife, and as you stay a member for longer and longer and longer, it turns into different weapons. So hopefully a year from now, some of you guys will have, like, crystals and Ragnaroks and stuff like that. So it should be fun. Let me see if they put the chat bot in. Bear with me 1 second. Let me see if that at least happened. Treble, would you You want to try the thing command for me, Treble? Let's see if I have the thing command set up properly, because I know that Treble likes to click the thing. Honestly, the Thunder Plains was not as aggravating as catching the butterflies or the Chocobo racing. It's exclamation point thing. Trevor, what are you doing? Slash thing. Ugh. So the chatbot's not in the channel either. Interesting. Does this site... It knows that I'm streaming. This is what happens when you have to try to use new software sometimes. Do I have to do something special to make the bot go into my channel? Not sure. This stuff should just be working by now, but it's not. Well, whatever. I'm going to look into it after the stream tonight. I want to get to the grind. No, I will not be finishing the game right now, because my understanding is once I finish the game, I've got to go directly to my New Game Plus, and I'm not ready to do that yet. I don't want to start New Game Plus until I have an Adamant Armor, an Onion Blade, and I've completed the Naming Way quests. So we have to get at least 3 of the many, many rare drops. Because those are the 3 rare drops that I can actually make good use of in my second and third playthroughs. Like, if I can give Cecil Adamant Armor and an Onion Blade, that will make the second playthrough much, much smoother. Like, Golbez won't make a chump out of me the way he did in this playthrough if I roll up into his crib with an Onion Blade and Adamant Armor. So this is the final floor of the game, which means we should have all the maps now. There's just a couple little cleanup spots we gotta do, like right here. But the plan is to get these rare drops, and then complete the game, and then move away from Final Fantasy IV for a little bit. So I actually have also done some planning for Final Fantasy I. The NES version of Final Fantasy I is the next game I'm going to be playing. So that's a game, it doesn't track bestiary, it doesn't have any kind of rare drops. It's going to be pretty easy to hundo the game, because all we really have to do is get level 50 on all characters. It's going to be the only time-consuming thing we have to do, and even that's not going to take long. But I had to do some work, because I do want to have as complete of... the most complete access to all of the game's spells and equipment as I can have in a perfect save. And that kind of locks in my party for Final Fantasy I. So the party for the game is going to be Fighter, Red Mage, White Mage, and Black Mage. That will give us access to all spells, level 1 through 7, and we'll only be missing 1 level 8 spell from each magic set. And it will give us access to most of the game's equipment, because the Fighter can equip just about everything. And I've also set it up so this particular party will have access to all of the spellcasting items, and will be able to hold several of the just rare, one-of-a-kind weapons that you can find. You can't hold absolutely everything in that game, but I'll be able to hold most stuff. So it'll be good. Red Mage is necessary because in Final Fantasy I, there are 4 spells per level, but your mage can only learn 3 of them. So I need the Red Mage to learn the 4th spell of each magic set that the other mage can't get. The complication is the Red Wizard, which is the promoted Red Mage, can't learn every spell. There are some white and black magic spells that are not available to him in each level. So this means that my Black Wizard will not be able to learn Lightning 3 or Ice 3, because those 2 spells are the only spells of their respective levels that a Red Wizard can learn. Red Wizard can't learn any other level 6 black magic or level 7 black magic. So my Black Wizard's not going to have Lit 3 or Ice 3. My Red Wizard's going to have those. My Black Wizard's going to have the other 3 spells for those 2 levels. Level 50 grind. So a typical playthrough of Final Fantasy 1, I'll complete the game with a 4-person party, because I do a lot of solo runs and stuff. We'll complete the game like level 20 something. Easily. That's a very comfortable place to just finish up the game. If I decide to do some stat manipulation, I might start the game as a fighter solo, play up through the volcano, and then level everybody up using Agama squares. Because then I can easily control what happens at each level up. I'm not sure if I want to do that or not. Because level 50 characters in that game are pretty absurdly strong, even if you don't do any stat manipulation. A full party of level 50 characters will blow away absolutely anything in the game, even if you get bad level ups the whole way through. So the 2 ways I could do the grind, I think the fastest way is the Eye in the Ice Cave. I'm not sure if it's faster to do Agama squares in the volcano. So Agama squares in the volcano are safer in solo runs because you aren't going to get XXXX by the Eye, and you're not going to get into random encounters because there's 2 spiked squares within 1 step of each other. You can't get any random encounters. Whereas the Eye in the Ice Cave, you will get a random encounter every so often, and the random encounters in that cave have a small chance of just killing you. But I don't know if the Eye is actually faster than Agama's or not. Red Dragons in the volcano are also another safe square because the spiked square is next to a square that cannot get encounters. And yeah, like I'm not going to min-max stats in Final Fantasy VI or Final Fantasy IX or any other game where you can do that. I'm going to pay attention to what stats I'm giving to which characters. Like in Final Fantasy VI, I might keep somebody who's not level 9 yet equipped with an Esper that gives them good stats as they level up, but I'm not going to make absolutely sure that everybody's got max stats by the end of the game. That's just not a level of granularity I'm interested in completing. Like what I'll probably do for Final Fantasy VI is for characters like Terra and Sabin and Realm that like magic power, I'll probably keep them equipped with a +1 magic Esper as they level up throughout the first world. And then in the second world, I'll go back and forth between maybe magic power and speed. Speed is the most important stat in that game. And really any Final Fantasy game that has ATB. But I'm not going to aim for an actual perfect stat situation in any of these games, just because it's so much work involved, and it's very easy to screw up. And it's not the kind of thing that you like can really notice. With something like Blue Magic, I can reach a point where I can look at my Blue Magic list and go, okay, I know for a fact that I've got all the Blue Magic, and there's no possible way that I can get any more Blue Magic. That is done. Put a pin in it. Same thing with stuff like the Bestiary and inventory completion. But with stats, you can't really ever reach that point. All you can do is reach a point where like, okay, this is, as far as I know, this is as powerful as you can get in terms of raw statistics in this game, given current knowledge of the game. And then a year from now, somebody comes along and gets +1 strength on somebody, and I've got to redo everything. All maps complete. Treasure Hunter Augment. I do have to look up what stats this gives. Because this is an augment I only get once. Whereas every other augment I'm going to get multiple copies of. So it actually does matter who I give this to. Let's see. Treasure Hunter is speed. Okay. So I've got to be careful who I give this to. I also have Upgrade sitting in the pile that I can give somebody that's also speed. Next playthrough, I'll also get Hide and Salve, which are also speed. I think I want to give this to Rydia, because then Rydia has 2 speed augments, and I think that's going to be pretty good. I'm going to give this to Rydia, because she doesn't need this command while... she doesn't need both Black Magic and Summon while farming. So for Flan Princesses, I think we're going to want Summon, and for other cases we might want Black Magic or something else. I'm not sure, but she's not going to need both. So I can safely remove one of these while farming. Because she's also getting Intellect from Fast Talker. Let's just take a look. Black Magic is Intelligence +1. Fast Talker is Intelligence +1. And Summon is Intelligence and Spirit +1. So she's getting intelligence from a bunch of different sources. So these work like Espers. At level up, Bard Sun gives you +1 speed. After level 71, characters in this game no longer gain stats at level up, except through these augments. And we are going to want to pay some attention to this to make sure that people's spirit gets where it needs to be. So for Treasure Hunter, though, Edge has... both of these are speed for Edge. Reach is speed for Cecil. I was going to look up Jump. Guild Farmer is speed. So Jump is strength and stamina, so that's actually better than attack for Kane. Cry is spirit, so he's getting his spirit in. And Focus... we're also going to have multiple copies. We're going to have 2 copies each of all 4 of the Fiend augments. All of which give multiple stats. So we do have some considerations here. But it's nothing we have to worry about right now. The question is right now, who do I want to give the Treasure Hunter augment to? And I think I want to give it to Rydia because she is the lowest on speed options. Rosa doesn't have a lot of speed options right now either. But there's stuff I can give her. Edge, Cecil, and Kane are each going to get a Limit Break augment, which is +1 to all stats. So I probably really don't need to consider giving them anything extra. They're probably going to be good just based on that. So yeah, definitely we're going to give this to one of the girls, and I'm leaning towards Rydia because she's the one who's otherwise hurting for speed augments. I'm not going to be doing any item farming at any point in the game when I don't have access to Rydia in the party, so this should be okay. Okay. Rosa has a natural speed augment because aim is +1 speed. Let me just verify that that's correct. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Yeah, aim is +1 speed. Rydia doesn't have any built-in augments, but I've given her some augments that do work for speed. Okay. Final Fantasy 15 does track what fish I've caught, and I'm going to get all of them. Just keep in mind that for most of those games on that page, it was just a very quick just to get the list up online. I'm sure as I get to each game, I'll be expanding on those lists. All right, Rydia. We're going to take away your black magic and give you treasure hunting. Cool taters. Like, one thing that I noticed reading some other materials that I hadn't considered is that Final Fantasy VII actually tracks how many times you've run away from combat, and there is a very good mechanical use for that number. So an almost perfect save should have that at an ideal number. Which is Does anybody know? Can anybody guess? What's the ideal number of times to have escaped from combat in Final Fantasy VII? It's really dumb. I'm just interested in getting the Onion Blade because that's a powerful weapon that Cecil can equip that I can make use of, and it'll make the other two playthroughs go faster. I'm assuming Cecil with Adamant Armor and an Onion Blade can solo everything in the game. Easily. 100 exact? 7 exact? Both wrong. I will not be taking that chance with the Onion Blade, that's for sure. I'm also going to save this to all 3 slots. I mean, we're going to be doing more saving, but when we get to the end, I want slot 3 to be the first playthrough, slot 2 to be the second playthrough, slot 1 to be the third playthrough, and we'll have different menu colors for each one. It'll be cool looking. It'll be cool looking. Why is Rose in the lead? Women cannot lead the party. Get out of here. We already told you, women, you couldn't come with us. You came anyway. Even though you have all the magic, and we're literally useless without you. We tried to make you stay home. You didn't listen. Now you're trying to force your way into the front of the party, where the men belong. Actually, Cecil's not in the front of the party. He's in the back row. Never mind. I do have to fight this fight, because that bomb has a 0.8% chance of dropping something I want. It is not 9,999. That's probably the max that the game tracks, but that's not what I'm looking for. Well, I can't actually get the Adamant Armor until after I become a Paladin anyway, because I won't be able to trade the tail in for it until I get an airship. But nothing before that point in the game is a major threat. These guys also, I should... Well, these guys are less... You know, I'm not going to fight these. Because they can drop the Rainbow Pudding, but the monsters we're going to be fighting for Rainbow Pudding drops drop them more often. And we have to farm them for a much rarer drop anyway. My understanding is that the armor and the tails both carry over, but... In either event, I'm not really worried about the Dark Knight section of the game. It's just nothing really dangerous. You guys are guessing all the meme numbers, but nobody's even close yet. Nobody knows? This is something that I didn't even consider until I read it in somebody else's walkthrough, but it makes perfect sense, and I think I'm going to go for it. I'll leave it as an open question until we get to Final Fantasy VII then. What is the optimal number of times to have run from combat in Final Fantasy VII? There is an answer, and it's really dumb, and did I equip? I did. Not 9,999. That's an option, but it's not the optimal option. Like, I could go for that much, but I'm not going to. I know what you're thinking of too, but like I do know what you're thinking of, and it's not entirely correct. Or at least it's not the answer I'm looking for. Like, this is not... Nobody's actually correct anymore. Alright, so I need all of these, and all of these. And you know what? Just go ahead and give me all of these. I think I'm happy with that. So I can't change my inventory either here, can I? I'm gonna have to scroll all the way down. No, I won't. It's up here somewhere. All the way down here. That's all I can do to sort, is those three options. Consumable weapons or armor at the top. I want to move this to the top spot up here, but it's not going to let me. None of the other buttons do anything here. So this augment does count for +1 speed. If I really want it. On someone. Alright, now let the grind begin. I didn't buy those sirens before because we didn't have enough money for 99 of them before, but technically we don't even need the remedies because I could do this. No, I can't. You need all those augments, so I do need the remedies. Okay. Because Cecil can cast Asuna, but I don't have an ability slot to give him white magic. I'm not going to do that, Treble, because I also want the money that we're going to get from this. So if I fight 99 of these fights and don't get what I'm looking for, maybe not in this playthrough, but eventually, like, I'll take all that money and just buy Fuma Shurikens and Elixirs, and, like, the money won't go to waste. It's much, much less than 65,000. It's less than 9,999, in fact. 9,999 is, I suspect, all that the game will track, but it's actually much less than that. I'll leave it as an open question until we start playing Final Fantasy VII, and then I will explain my reasoning. So I'm going to play this game, and then we're going to put it on the shelf after the story's completed, and then we're going to do Final Fantasy I, which I'll probably just do all the way to completion. But then I want to come up with a way to integrate like community feedback and monetization options into selection of what game I play next. So, but I was going to ask for some opinions on how best to do that. Like perhaps as I near the end of one game, I can just have like a members only poll that gets to pick the next game on the list that gets a story playthrough. And then once we've done all the story playthroughs and we're just left with all the grinding, maybe have a donation option or something where you can select the next day's grind during this day's stream. Something I'm thinking about. Because part of why I want to do this as a streaming project and just not on my own is because there's going to be days where I'm going to be like, ugh, I just don't want to today. You know, like I just can't right now. But if I get into that mindset, I will never get it done. I need incentives. I need people there to make me do it correctly. Honestly, right now, I'm really excited to go back and play Final Fantasy VII. Which I've already played the game once this year to get assets for Villainous, but like right now, I would be really excited to go back and play Final Fantasy VII again. I really enjoyed my playthrough of it this year, and I really enjoyed watching. I watched Alex Diner, who's a YouTuber, who's done story playthroughs of all the Final Fantasy games, working his way through the series. I think he's done 10-2 now. I think I saw. But I really enjoyed watching his playthrough of Final Fantasy VII. And I've got the goddamn remake floating over my head. Like, I really would enjoy a playthrough of that. In terms of grinding, I think Final Fantasy X is most appealing to me right now. Like, the story of 10, I'd have to force myself through. But once I got there, I think going through, like, the monster collecting and slowly building up the sphere grid and stuff with all the characters, from a grinding standpoint, sounds kind of appealing to me. I don't know of a way to do that programmatically, Treble. I'd have to think of a way to do it, like, manually, which I guess isn't impossible, but I don't watch many YouTube channels religiously, but Alex's channel is just one that I've really enjoyed lately. Should I add up all the times that I've mentioned his channel on my stream and be like, you owe me for the plugs? I've done this much work to promote your stream. This is what you owe me now. Bill's in the mail, dork. I think Final Fantasy IX is the one I'm most worried about, because that's, I think, the only game I won't be able to just do a standard story playthrough. All the games in the series that I've got on the list, most of them anyway, are going to involve like a regular story playthrough like we did for this, and then start the relevant grind, which will go on for as long as it needs to. But for 9, you have to be grinding from the beginning. You have to really be paying attention to every movement the whole game, because we have to complete the story inside of 12 hours, and we have to do it without missing anything. Not literally missing anything, because there is stuff we'll be able to complete after that 12 hours. Like Chocobo stuff, we probably won't even start until we get to the end of that. But there's a lot of stuff through the story, like the jump roping and racing the hippo kid. Every treasure box in an area that can't be revisited. I think I'm going to have to do a lot of research to just make sure that we do what needs to get done over the course of that story. That's supposed to be a Rubik's Cube, but I'm bad at drawing, so... And also it's optimized for Twitch. YouTube doesn't actually give me good resources on, like, this is the optimal resolution for an emoji. It just tells you, like, this is the largest or smallest size that we'll accept, and it can't be over 100 gigabytes or whatever. I kind of want to upload a 100 gigabyte emoji, just like call their bluff. Well, see, the thing is, I don't like Kingdom Hearts, and also Kingdom Hearts are not Final Fantasy games. Chrono Trigger is a Final Fantasy game. I will be adding Chrono Trigger to the list. And I would like to add Mystic Quest for the list, I just don't really know what a hundo looks like in Mystic Quest. Like, it's just get to the max level. Like, there's no other real considerations for that game. Oh, I gotta go to this door over here. I got lost for a second. Like, wait a minute. Am I reading this map properly? Okay, fine. We'll kill you just because you literally can't do anything to us. And you have a less than 1% chance to drop a rare summon spell. See, Final Fantasy Legend, again. The only one I'm really familiar with is Legend 2. And, again, I don't know what... Like, you can't really do a 100% run in Final Fantasy Legend 2. Like, I don't really even know what that would look like. Oh, I was super happy to see the Sephiroth reveal trailer. That delighted me so much. It delighted me so much that I spent 2 hours putting together a Sephiroth villainous deck based on Super Smash Bros. Instead of a Final Fantasy game. Just in case I want to be that big of a troll. And then I went on and bought the Fighter Pass in Smash Bros., which I didn't have yet. But I have now. And I spent a little bit with the fighters that I hadn't played with. I mean, I know I'm not a big Smash guy to begin with. Like, I'm not like an authority on the subject. But I can tell within a few minutes of playing around with a character whether or not I like them. And I think Byleth feels pretty good. Like, I don't think I'm going to put a lot of time into ever playing as Byleth because I don't care about the character at all. But I did not like the Minecraft guy at all. I don't think he feels good to play at all. I think he feels really gimmicky. And like he's got his upward smash on the ground where he summons a magma block is pretty good. I think that one attack is really nice. But the rest of his moveset, yeah, man, I don't know. I'm just not into it. And Min Min, who's from a game that I'd never heard of in my life, but is apparently like one of the Switch launch titles or something that Nintendo wants to forget about, and then Sakurai was like, but I didn't forget about it. But she was fun to play as. Like, she has like a weird gimmick, but she feels like Dulcine. Because she's got the stretchy, bendy arms. And I'm looking forward to Sephiroth, of course. That's delightful to me that Sephiroth is in the game. We're going downstairs. So the thing about that villainous deck is it would be trivial to get all of the assets. Usually getting the assets is fairly time consuming because I gotta play through the entire game. But Smash Brothers, like, it's just gonna be a matter of getting some individual set of screenshots that I can just set up. Like, I think the most time-consuming part would be, like, getting particular assist trophies to appear in exactly the place I want them, but that's not going to take as long as, say, play through all of Final Fantasy VIII, which was a 20-hour endeavor. I still want Batman in Super Smash Brothers. If we're not going to have any standards whatsoever that determine, like, there's no metric by which a character can or cannot be in Smash Brothers anymore, clearly, I feel like I deserve Batman. Why can't we have Batman? If Batman is, like, too gritty or violent for the kids, then Lego Batman. We can have Lego Batman in Super Smash Brothers, can't we? I know they've released a Lego Batman game on a Nintendo console before, so I'm not on Team Geno. I just don't care about Geno. I don't... Not even a little bit. I'm not on Team Geno. I wouldn't, like, I'm not gonna... I wouldn't complain if they announced Geno. He wouldn't be my first or, like, 10th pick. My first pick is Paper Mario. I want to see Paper Mario with all of his, like, Nintendo... Like, the Nintendo 64 version of Paper Mario. Because I'm afraid if you, like, just have Paper Mario and you have representation from all the Mario games that Paper Mario has been in, then you just end up with a lot of, like, crap from the newest games that everybody hated. So... And it doesn't make sense to conform it just to Thousand Year Door, which would be my preference, so... But Paper Mario, based on the N64 Paper Mario, I think is an inspired character choice for Smash Brothers. And then Batman, of course. Batman. I mean, Sephiroth wouldn't have been my first or 10th pick either, and that reveal delighted me, which just goes to prove, like, you can't ask fans what they want from a game because fans don't know what they want. Fans only know enough to tell you that they want things they already have. McLean, his first choice was King Hippo from Punch-Out, which I also thought was an inspired choice. Who wouldn't want to play King Hippo? Just a big, fat, slow version of Little Mac, right? Buttface, that's exactly my reasoning. Name something you cannot improve by adding Batman. You can't do it. You cannot do it. Everything on Earth can be improved by adding Batman. It's an axiom. It's just a law of the universe. Like, imagine the best pizza you've ever eaten in your life, and then imagine it was delivered to your house by Batman. That's all I'm saying. Like, imagine the best sex you've ever had, and then imagine you were having it with Batman. Way better. Alright, this is the magic room that we're gonna live in for some time. I hate that I can't put my sirens in this top slot here. I hate that. So I gotta scroll all the way down here to siren every time. So they're gonna berserk everybody. So start playing Chocobo music. Cecil's going to put a little bit of damage on them. I'm going to Remedy Rydia. Actually, everybody's going to put a little damage on them. Well, the only anti-berserk equipment I have right now is crystal armor. If there is anti-berserk equipment for Rydia, that would streamline this process. I just don't know what it is. If it's not a ribbon, I don't know what it is. But berserk is technically not a status ailment, so the ribbon does not protect against it. And now we'll summon the big boy, and that should be enough to clear these nerds out. And then we rinse, repeat. You can hold items, can you? Hold the button down on the item. Okay, we'll try that. We already killed one of them, my goodness. So the big boy is definitely going to clear all these guys out. Got an item. We did get something. What'd we get? A dry ether. So that we can never run out of magic points doing this, which is good, because Rosa's going to need to cast a bunch of revival spells after every combat. Oh my god, you just hold the button down. Oh, that's so good. Why doesn't it say that on the screen then? It doesn't work like any other Final Fantasy game I've ever played. Oh, look at that! Wow. You just streamlined this process like 100%. I guess it's possible I got the ribbons and just didn't give them to Rosa and Rydia, but Berserk is actually a buff in this game, not a debuff. So the ribbon doesn't protect against it, is my understanding. I'll double check after this fight, but I'm reasonably certain Rydia is already wearing a ribbon. Cecil can't get Berserk because he's got Crystal Mail. Actually, I can streamline this process even further by making Rydia's auto battle option Bahamut, and then just fighting every fight auto battle. So, I hope you guys like this Chocobo music, because we're going to live with it for a while. Yes, we did the calculation on Discord. Each fight has a 2.4% chance of dropping the pink tail, and a considerably higher chance of dropping Rainbow Pudding. Each one should have a 10% chance of dropping Rainbow Pudding. And we're going to have so many Dry Ethers. Ooh, Stardust is a good idea too, but they're expensive. If I could buy Stardust, which I think I can, I could make Cecil's auto battle Stardust. I'd have to leave periodically to get more though. If we just do this, and then Cecil's auto battle command is defend. Oh no, because he'll never heal Rydia if we do this. Well, I can manually heal Rydia and then turn off auto battle though. Oops, don't move. You don't have to move anywhere. That is actually a good idea, but it'd be way more expensive and it would involve more trips in and out of the dungeon. Well, we're not going to farm these guys on subsequent playthroughs, I don't think. So now Cecil should automatically defend, and Rydia should automatically call Bahamut. It's a pity Cecil can't equip the Stardust Rod. This fight is so much less dangerous in this version because of draw attacks. It's so much less dangerous. It's goofy how much less dangerous it is. In the 2D version, like, they can just kill anybody they want. In the 2D version, you cannot buy sirens, and the only monsters you can steal it from are in areas you can't revisit. So I will probably be stealing stacks and stacks and stacks of sirens before the end game. Ooh, they drop elixirs too. Nobody has adrenaline. I don't have a space to give Cecil adrenaline anyway. Oh, I don't want auto battle. Not at first. Gotta remember to turn that off. I could put them in critical health, that's true. But we're not really relying on their attacks. Like, we're going to win the fight when Rydia casts Bahamut, and probably not before. I could probably win this fight with just the physical attacks, like just berserking everybody. But I think this is like the lowest effort version of this fight that I can do. It does mean Cecil's going to fall behind in levels, though, because he's probably not going to survive most of these fights. Oh, I just got an achievement. I don't know what for. It must have been for getting monster drops. Like, we have so many monster drops now. Oh, I could give him the blood sword. That's actually a really good idea. That's a fantastic idea, actually. Because then he would survive most of these fights. I'm going to do that. I completely forgot I had a blood sword. Because, yeah, that would keep him alive in more fights, which would get him more experience levels. It has a lower, it like lowers his accuracy, but we're not really relying on his damage anyway in this fight. This is what most of the year's streams are going to be, is some flavor of this style of grind. So why don't we just kick back and relax, and get comfortable, have a conversation about something enjoyable, you know? Get yourself a cup of coffee, glass of whiskey, whatever you need. Whatever helps get you through life. Yes, Rydia's getting speed now, which is what we want to see. We can raise you. I'm going to give her upgrade. Well, two of these we need to give to Edward in the next run. Analyze is of no use to me unless it's a good stat. It's intelligence 1. I'm not interested in that. What's bless? Is spirit 1. I'm not interested in that either. So I guess I'll give Edward analyze and bless, and then the following playthrough I can give them to somebody in my party. Because I'm going to give upgrade to Rosa right now. I don't think there's another purpose to... Like, I can't imagine ever wanting to use this. And if I do, I will get other copies of it going forward. So yeah, I'm going to give this to Rosa. And then I'm going to equip it, because then she'll get more speed at level up. She has no use for Omnicasting at the moment. What is Phoenix? Is Spirit 2? Oh. I gave Phoenix to totally the wrong person. Let's give Cecil a Bloodedy Sword. If we go through 99 of these sirens and don't see the drop I'm looking for, we will, and we have to leave anyway to get sirens, I will get Stardusts, and we'll do it with Stardusts instead. So he's getting a little bit of health back for each hit. I think you'd have to kick to really... Oh, and I gave kick to Fusaya. So, nobody's kicking anymore. Because you can just watch their bars and see the effect of speed. How Edge is by far the fastest character and Riddy is the slowest. Which is why I wanted to make sure to give Riddy a Bard song back. So Edward's really good for speed augments. All of his augments give plus to speed. So we're at what, about 2 minutes per fight? And he's getting plus 2 speed because he's got 2 speed augments. So maxing out his speed is completely trivial. Whereas Riddy only gets plus 1. Do you have another speed augment that I can give? Yes, Treasure Hunter is a speed augment. So she's getting plus 2 speed. You would think Fast Talker would be a speed augment, but it's not. It's intelligence. So on the third playthrough, we might want to give her another Edward augment and just have her do the leveling to 99 with multiple speed augments. I should give her these elixirs I've been dropping to fill up her magic instead. I'm not trying to do anything efficient with time in any of these games, except for Final Fantasy IX where it's going to be required. I don't care if I max out the clock or anything in any of these games. I don't suspect I will literally max out the clock in any of the games, but I will probably... Like Final Fantasy XII, just doing the playthroughs of that game that I've done, I've cleared 100 hours. And I came very close to 100 on my first playthrough of Final Fantasy 15. And I imagine Final Fantasy X is easily going to be 100 plus. I wish elixirs carried over to New Game Plus. I would not mind starting a New Game Plus with 99 elixirs. Is that like 40 healing per hit really going to keep him alive consistently? That's hilarious to me. That little tiny bit of healing is really all he needs. We are losing money, actually. They're not giving me as much money as I expected. One of these fights is worth less than one siren. I was not expecting that. I think in the SNES version, you get like some outrageous amount of money for fighting Flan princesses. I mean, I could sell the elixirs. They don't really drop junk items. Elixirs and dry ethers are good. But yeah, I can fund the next round of sirens if I have to use more than 99 here by selling elixirs. Cecil's wearing the crystal helm. At least he ought to be. I didn't leave any of the treasures behind, so he should have full set of crystal equipment. Unless I chose to give him a ribbon, because I know in free enterprise sometimes I'll give Cecil a ribbon if I'm relying on him a lot. I actually don't know if there is RNG manipulation for these drops. I know that the tails in some versions of the After Years have RNG manipulation. Yeah, she's got a ribbon. Oh, he's got a diamond helm. I didn't equip the crystal helm. Look at that. So I had it, but he wasn't wearing it for reasons unknown. He was just feeling, he was in a diamond kind of mood, I guess. Not a crystal kind of mood. See, I don't follow that logic. I don't have to play any individual game. I don't have to play the After Years. I'm thinking I probably will add the PSP version of the After Years to the list, though. Even though it's not good at all, and it won't be even remotely fun to play through again, but I might. We'll see. But yeah, in some cases, in like free enterprise seeds, which is the randomizer for Final Fantasy IV, having a ribbon is more useful than having the like extra defense of the crystal helm. I'm sorry, Sebastian. Sometimes I have time in the afternoon to stream. Sometimes I don't, and I end up having to stream in the evenings. It's just going to be a matter of what day where does my free time fall on a particular day. And today it was just in the evening instead of the afternoon. I'm going to try to avoid streaming like super late at night if I can. Like, I don't want to start streaming at like midnight or something dumb, but I can make no promises. It might happen. I am going to try to maintain good archives of everything we do. Hey, look at that! Look at that! That's actually not a super rare drop here. Each pudding has a 5% chance to drop that. Although, should we exit out and complete the naming way quest now? I didn't heal Cecil. He's going to die. We're going to get out of here. No, I'll just have him heal on this next turn. He'll be fine. He's not fine. He's going to die. I forgot to heal him. Yeah, I was going to stream on Saturday, but I took the time instead to set up the monetization stuff for the channel. So the membership button works, super chat works, and there's a donation link. All the good stuff. Although the alerts apparently don't work. I have to look into why the alerts are not functioning. Goodbye, Cecil. Because Rydia doesn't talk fast enough. Even with fast talker equipped, she's such a slow talker. If the first flan I fought dropped the thing, statistically that's happening to someone somewhere. And then that person probably posted to GameFAQs like, it doesn't take that long, I did it first try in 5 minutes, lol. I kind of wish there was more I could do with Super Chats, though. They just kind of sit there. So, Twitch has built-in functionality for what's called the loyalty system, where as you watch the channel, you accrue points, and I can set stuff up for you to spend points on, like fun chat stuff. Which is what I thought Super Chat was, but apparently it's not. Like, I had a Twitch thing set up where if you spend a certain amount of points, I would have to solve a Rubik's Cube on stream. I collect Rubik's Cubes. I've got over that whole wall over there is filled with Rubik's Cubes. Of all different shapes and sizes and colors, and I like to solve them on stream. So did the alert pop up for Super Chat and not for membership earlier? Maybe the alert is working for some reason. So, I'm never going to have actual comments show up on the stream. Like if you type a comment in for a super chat or something, because that's prone to abuse, and I don't 100% trust like the website's ability to curb that abuse. Also, when I personally am watching a stream, I don't like it when the stream is constantly interrupted by chat messages on the stream I'm watching. I think it's enough if the streamer just reacts to the message when they see it. I think that's fine. So, that's something that I probably will never turn on. Especially if they use that obnoxious, like, robot voice to read the message out loud. Like, ugh, gag me. She didn't get berserked right away. If I did, that's exactly what would happen, is I would give you guys, like, oh, you can donate, and then your donation message gets read by the robot's voice, and then the robot's voice would just be reading butts, 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 butts. Ugh. There's some Mario Maker streamers that I catch their highlights sometimes, and it's really annoying when they get a message like the robot voice just says the same word 300 times because the streamer allows that jargon. I try to find an equilibrium point between I want to acknowledge the people that are supporting the stream in a fun and visual way, but I don't want the alerts to take over the whole stream. So they're just a little thing that slide down, give you some props. Thanks so much, you know. Preemptive attack is still not going to be enough for Riddy to get off a quick Bahamut, though. Like, that's just not going to happen. Oh, Riddy doesn't have any magic points. That's not good. What should I do here? I guess we'll give her an elixir. Oh, I don't want to auto battle right now. Shoot. Apparently, in the 2D version, if there's a particular floor of the bonus dungeon where you can find 8 of these creatures at once. So Pinktail farming in that version should go quicker, presuming I can get sirens. Even having to put in the extra commands, Cecil's still going to survive thanks to that blood sword. This is what chocobos have always looked like. What do you mean? This is just your standard everyday chocobo. They have fewer hit points than I thought they did, too. I was not expecting to kill any of them with just regular attacks. Oh, gross. Alright, we're doing this the hard way, then. Yeah, not only do you have to steal sirens, but you have to steal them from an enemy in an area you cannot revisit. You can win them from certain enemies later on in the game. But the only consistent way to get them is to steal them. Well, this got very interesting very quickly. I should probably go save that rainbow pudding in case this problem happens again. Like, do we still win this? Because we can't run anymore. I think we still win this, possibly. Can we get like 8 more attacks on this thing before it kills before it kills both Kane and Edge? Like, let's be honest, if this was a legitimate fight, we would be berserking Edge anyway. Oh, now fat chocobo music. So Kane cannot take any more hit. Okay, we win. We're fine. Should we go do the naming way quest now? Or should we... I kind of just want to stay here and grind for a bit. I kind of don't want to start the naming way quest yet. So that's how you beat the Flans if you're a dummy cakes and you start the fight when Rydia has no magic points. We will endeavor to not be a dummy cakes again. Yeah, the plan is to, before doing the sealed cave, I'm going to go into the Tower of Babel. I'm going to leave a treasure box unopened so I can encounter one of those guys, and then you can steal from the same monster an infinite amount of times. So I'm just going to basically hammer the button and steal for hours and hours. Brace would be a good choice for this, yeah. In fact, I could probably put on Brace and then just win every fight with physical attacks. I think it would just take longer per battle. We might get away with casting Leviathan instead of Bahamut. Shall we try that for a few fights? We wouldn't have to replenish her magic points as often either. Because she does have max intellect. Going lower than Leviathan probably isn't any good though. Oh, if they absorb all elements, then no, this is not going to work at all. It's water elemental, surely. We're about to find out. Sometimes Leviathan is a non-elemental attack, because not every game recognizes water elementals. Let's try it. Let's try it once. We could also try Quake. I wonder if they absorb health from Quake. Yeah, they absorb that. Okay. We could try the Stardust Rod too, and then there's no need to ever replenish her magic points. Except, okay, so is there a way to use the Stardust Rod from the in battle without setting it up as her auto attack? Or setting it as a command? Because I haven't been able to find any way to do that. That's so dumb. So we can see how much damage her Stardust Rod does, but then I think Kane and Edge would have to pick up some of the slack, which they are doing. They're doing way more damage than I was expecting. Because if she can clear a few thousand damage... Oh, I don't want to auto battle here because she's going to cast Leviathan again. I could also set up Adrenaline, yeah. I might have given that away, didn't I? Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I have no idea what's going on. We'll see how the Stardust Rod fares. Yeah, Edge gets more criticals. People who play Animal Crossing play it for hundreds of hours, dude. I could not believe how much Animal Crossing my wife played this summer. Because she doesn't play video games at all. Like, it's impossible to ever get her to play a video game. But she played this one, and she played it, like, 10 hours a day for 2 straight weeks. And no matter what I was doing, all day long, she's up there playing Animal Crossing. And then one day she's like, nope, I've had enough. And she has not booted it up since. This is filling up slower than Bahamut did. Stardust Rod take that long to cast? Holy crap. Maybe Fast Talker doesn't apply to item use. That has to be the case, because that's... Like, I'm starting to worry that she'll get re-berserked before she has a chance to finish casting the Stardust Rod. Wow. Get pooped on. Yeah, Stardust Rod can't even come out. She's just too slow. That surprises me. I thought item use was more or less instantaneous. Maybe the actual, like, Stardust casting item is, but not the Stardust Rod. Pointless. So it's down to Kane and Edge again. I'm going to give him an Elixir here after a couple more hits. He's still defending, so... But that Blood Sword misses a lot. That's what Trouble was saying. You can buy the Stardust item and give a stack of them to Cecil, but they're very expensive. And this fight is actually giving me very little money. In the 2D version, it gives you like something ridiculous, like 250,000 gil or something. I've only got 50% accuracy with the Blood Sword. You know the fight's gone on too long when you get to the Fat Chocobo portion of the music. So we're gonna just go back to Bahamut. We'll go back to doing what I was doing. Wow, that's pretty funny actually. That's very funny. The only other thing I have that would be worth even trying would be Quake. But Quake is earth damage, and if they absorb all elements, that's not going to work. Yeah, so that's like 4,800 per fight. Actually, more than that, because you'd be using multiple Stardust per fight. On top of the 3,000 per fight to buy Sirens. What are we doing? We're grinding it up, man. It took like, what, 6 streams to play through this game? And this is... So, throughout 2021, the goal is to get as close to a perfect save as I can physically stand in as many Final Fantasy games as possible. So most of the streams are going to look more like this and less like what we watched last week. So I hope you guys get into a good place with that. Maybe I'll find a niche on YouTube of just comfy grinding streams to watch. Just to hang out and chill and watch something repetitive. It's Chocobo music because it's a festive fight. So the Flan Princess is the most rare creature in Final Fantasy IV. I'm fighting them exclusively because I'm using an item to automatically summon the fight. If I wasn't using this item, we'd only see this encounter 1 in, I think, 64 fights in this room. And this is the only room in the game where they appear. All they do is first they cast a spell that berserks your whole party, which Cecil is immune to because of his armor. And then they just start beating on you. And that's the whole fight. So what we're doing is Cecil is immune to being berserked, so we're using his 1 turn in combat to heal Rydia, and then Rydia has enough time to cast Bahamut and finish the fight. And there's a 2.4% chance per fight that they're going to drop the item I'm looking for, which is called the Pink Tail, which is a higher percent chance than most of the rare items we're going to be going for, simply because we're fighting 3 Flans in each fight. Each Flan only has a 0.08% chance to drop the item, but we get 3 chances to see it each fight. Whereas most of the rare drops is going to be a 0.08 chance, but we're only going to be fighting 1 monster at a time instead of multiples. So, we're going to be going through many stacks of Sirens over the course of this madness. It's actually the other way around. You've got to kill 9,999 Chocobos, and then you get a Flan Princess joining your party. That's a common misconception. People get that backwards. I actually don't know if there's RNG manipulation for this. I know that there is for the Wii version of the After Years, but I'm not certain of any other... And I know there's RNG manip for, like, the invisible weapons in Final Fantasy XII. I gotta pay closer attention to Rydia's magic points. Okay, she's fine here. She can go 1 more fight. Final Fantasy IV is notorious for having, like, the rarest enemy drops, probably in the whole series. Outside of the MMOs. I'm sure the MMOs both have much harsher drop percentages than we see in this game. Because probably the MMOs have stuff where, like, you might, like, a 0.1% chance of getting a drop from a boss you can fight after a 3-hour raid or something is more in line with what I would expect from MMOs. But the MMOs are not part of this project, so we don't have to consider them. And this is only the first of many tales, and it's the most common of the many tales we're going after. I have actually done this. Legitimately is not the right word. I did a Let's Play of the Super Nintendo version of Final Fantasy II many years ago, and at the end of that Let's Play, I wasn't interested in how long it was going to take because the game has an in-game counter. But I was interested if you don't use sirens, because there are no sirens in that version of the game. If you want a pink tail, you gotta get it to drop legitimately. So I played sped up in an emulator, and I want to say it took like several hundred encounters, which was better than I was expecting, but it still was good. Like, it took me, I think, 16 hours game time to play up to that point, and then an additional 16 hours to get the pink tail to drop. So figure if you want 5 of them, not a good situation. The other fights we have to do are probably going to be much quicker than this. Yes, that's probably the case. In fact, it's almost certainly the case. This fight is drug out quite a lot just because Cecil has that counter augment. I could probably speed things up quite a bit if I took off counter. Because we're not really relying on his damage anyway. Is that something I'm interested in doing? I could give him white magic and save on remedies, but other than that, I can't really think of anything else useful to give him. Can you counter with brace? It's actually a good question. But yeah, as far as just getting random drops from enemies, I'm not aware of a game in the Final Fantasy series that's more unkind than this one. There are actually a lot of rare drops in the game, but not all of them are unique items. So nobody's touched my man here. Cecil's missed every single time. I'm going to take that blood sword off Cecil. I just don't think it's helping a lot. And it's just dragging the fights out an extra attack. I don't think I've given brace to anybody. Let's try that. Yeah, you can counter with brace. That's funny. I'm going to give him brace as his auto command, and we'll give him his crystal sword back. So now the first time he gets an attack, he should just raise his defense by some gross amount. It's actually slower to get a preemptive because we have to wait for them longer to cast the spell. So Final Fantasy X, I think we're going to be doing a lot of grinding, not for rare drops, but grinding for spheres to place on the sphere grid. So did he still just counterattack? He didn't counter brace. So if you put brace up there, he still just counters with attack. So if you put kick in that top spot, you'll counter with kick. But if you put brace in the top spot, you still counter with attack. Okay, that's weird. And I assume it's the same if you put like black magic in the top spot. It doesn't counter with any given black magic spell. There must be commands that you can put in that top spot, but which default to attack nonetheless. But one of the reasons the main reason I started this project with this game is this is the only game that needs to be played 3 times. Final Fantasy X-2, I believe, needs to be played twice. I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy X does not need to be replayed. Your Albed primers do carry over between plays, but I think you can get the complete Albed primer in one playthrough. If you can't, then I guess we're playing that game twice, at least. Forgot to turn on auto battle. Does anybody even try to get, like, complete perfect MMO saves? Like, has anybody tried to, like, in a... Is there somebody out there with a Final Fantasy XI account with all the jobs completely maxed and all the every rare piece of equipment and everything? I'm certain people have done that with World of Warcraft. I know people have done, like, maxed accounts with, like, all the classes. I don't know, though. There are some crazy Warcraft players out there. The problem with Brace instead of Defend, though, is my auto, is Brace takes time to charge up. And in that time, he can take extra damage. I think he's better off having Defend there. God, I didn't think about that till tonight, but I've never really paid much attention to Albed primers in 10. No, but having, like, every, like, equipment set on the same account would be much more insane. Like, I never even got one complete armor set in Diablo, let alone World of Warcraft, if that gives you any indication of my grinding pedigree. See, I think Cecil's better off with Defend in his auto slot and not Brace. And this is just giving him, I think, stamina equipped. So I'd rather him have attack, because that gives him strength. Oh, his strength is max. Let's give him white magic then for the spirit. Because your boy's not getting any stronger down there. Are inventory limits still a thing in MMOs? Like, that seems ridiculous to me. But on World of Warcraft, you'd have to do it on individual characters, though. Like, no individual character can have every armor set, but surely a character can have every armor set for their own class. And then your account, because you can't change classes in World of Warcraft. So your account would have to have one of each class, each of which would have all of its armor sets. Unless you're going to be the dickhead who rolls up a mage and rolls on, like, ranger armor sets in your raids. I've never done any raiding in any MMO. I only know about, like, raid culture and that sort of thing, like, vicariously. I've never in my life heard anybody say anything positive about raiding in World of Warcraft or any MMO other than sometimes the process of learning the raid is fun. Like solving out the puzzle and figuring out how to perform the function of the raid and get the job done. Like, the process of it can be fun. Other than that, I've never heard a positive thing about raiding in an MMORPG in my life. And I feel like I can get that kind of I feel like I can get that kind of satisfaction out of single-player games. In fact, one of my problems with those kinds of games, like where there's an efficient way to do something and you have to do it with other people, is then it incentivizes other people to just tell you how to do the thing, so you don't even get to go through the process of figuring it out. This happened with me with Diablo. We played Diablo multiplayer, and I was playing a character, and we would log in and do some like Nephilim riffs or whatever, and we'd have some fun. But one night I logged in and somebody else was like, "Oh, you know, you should do this build and your character would be better, and then we could do this faster." And then I stopped playing Diablo because I don't want to be told how to play the game. That's kind of my line. When I log into a multiplayer game and somebody else is like, hand me the controller. I can play your game better than you can. That's kind of the point where I don't want to play anymore. And I've reached that point in every MMO I've ever played. I just don't get enjoyment out of being told there's one way to do this and you have to do it that way. But that's what you had, like, in an MMO culture. Like, your job isn't just to enjoy your time on your own terms. You have an obligation to the other people you're playing with. If they know the proper way to do the thing and you don't, they kind of have to tell you. Otherwise, you're ruining their experience. So I did have one night, it wasn't even a raid, it was a pickup group in World of Warcraft years and years and years ago. We were running a dungeon, and it was me and a buddy from my guild, and we found some randos, because we wanted to do this dungeon. We were like 10 levels too high for the dungeon, but it was game content that we wanted to see. We had never cleared the dungeon before. So we found a couple of randos who wanted to do the dungeon. We went in there, and we were picking it apart pretty quickly. I think we wiped once and had to go back and recover. But, like, we were just rolling on everything that dropped. It's like a level 40 mid-game dungeon. We weren't even thinking in terms of like trying to be efficient with drops. We're just moving at a quick pace, just getting through it, enjoying the content. And we had a dude in our party melt down. Melt down because like some weapon that he wanted rolled, like dropped, and we all rolled on it, and he completely flipped his lid. It was stunning to watch it. I had never seen that kind of behavior before in an MMO. Or in any video game. Like, I'd never seen a grown person act that way about a video game. That guy... This wasn't like a raid dungeon. Like, we weren't doing a raid guild and somebody, like, rolled on an item they weren't allowed to roll on. This was just a random pickup group through a mid-game dungeon, and this dude... Like, it'd been one thing, like okay, if you're in this situation and you're like, hey guys, I want to run this dungeon because I'm looking for this particular item, then yeah, tell us ahead of time. Fine, I'm not a jerk. I don't want your level 36 bow or whatever. But yeah, he literally wanted us to stop after every encounter and discuss everything that dropped. I'm like, no, dude, we're just here to blow up the dungeon. And then, of course, he rage quit the party, and then we couldn't complete the dungeon because we didn't have enough people, and... MMORPGs! Mm-hmm. They're more common in the, like, endgame raid situations when you have a guild of people that come together not because they're friends and they enjoy playing the game, but because they have, like, a common goal in clearing particular content as efficiently as possible. Like, it's a business arrangement. So the meltdowns, like the Cloud Song kind of explosions, are more common in those situations. It's not the kind of guild that I was in World of Warcraft back in the day. It was like me and like 10 or 12 of my buddies were just in this guild where we just hung out. And we reached a point in the game, as we got later in the game, most of them were more interested in clearing raid content, and the guild just died. And that's about when I stopped playing World of Warcraft. Like, that's just gonna happen, you know? It's nothing wrong with that. It's just, we reached a point where people's interests no longer aligned with my own, and it was time to stop playing the game. It's just gonna happen. The only other kind of World of Warcraft, and I think Meltdown is even the wrong word, really, but the only other thing that comes close is I used to do level 49 Battlegrounds. We stayed at level 49 for a long time to do, like, the mid-game Battlegrounds, which are the PvP games. This particular game that we like to play was Warsong Gulch, which is a capture the flag game. Alliance has a flag, Horde has a flag, you gotta capture the flag 3 times to win. And the server we played on had... an imbalance of population. I think all the servers back then had a population imbalance. There was something like 4 Alliance players for every Horde player. And that had 2 consequences. The first consequence is the Horde, having a smaller player base, were more cohesive in terms of putting battleground groups together. It was more likely that any given 10 players in a Horde battleground group were people that knew each other and had previously coordinated. Versus Alliance, where just having 4 times as many players meant you had to wait 4 times longer to get into a game. So Horde was playing more games, and they had more cohesion going into each game, just because their community was smaller and less toxic. Also, I think the level 29 Battlegrounds, which we didn't play long, but I do have some experience with, at the time, Horde just had mechanical advantages, because they had... like self-buffs that could increase movement speed, and Alliance didn't. This was before Shaman was introduced as an Alliance class. So level 49 Battlegrounds we're playing. And it's relatively common for people to have alt characters on the opposing faction. Like, I played Alliance. If you played Alliance, you'd like have an alt Horde character for whatever reason. Whatever you like to do. It's okay. And sometimes what would happen is, after a battleground, people would go onto their alt character to send messages to the people they just played in the battleground. Because Alliance and Horde characters can't communicate with each other, or at least couldn't at that period in World of Warcraft's development. I think they can I think they opened cross-faction communication now, but at the time they hadn't. So a lot of the time, what you would see is, like, playing Alliance, you'd lose the battleground because Alliance was terrible at them. We had bad players who didn't get as many opportunities to play the battleground in practice and who weren't coordinating, and everybody pointed the finger at everybody else. So after a battleground, like, if you'd been in, like, somebody would check your gear and see you had slightly suboptimal gear, and then they chew you out afterwards. But at the same time, once in a while, once in a blue moon, you have a person you've never seen before send you a private message. While your Alliance people are yelling at you for sucking and costing them the game, you'd have some guy like, hey, I'm the alt for, like, so-and-so horde guy, and I just want to let you know that you kicked my ass in that battleground. You guys... Your whole team sucked, but you were doing a good job. Maybe you'd win if you had more people doing what they were supposed to do. So I actually made some friends with some Alliance alts once in a while. Like, yeah, it's like... I played a Warlock, and Warlock was bad at capturing the flag, but very good at tying up opponents. Like, when I was on my A game, I could go midfield and tie up 2 or 3 horde people for a good 60 or 90 seconds. And I could do this fairly consistently. So one player tying up 2 or 3 enemy players is a big deal if you can do it for a full minute or so. And if I had a group that could capitalize on me doing that, it could go really well, but... So it was just fun. I would have nights where I would be having these same, like, one group of people would be screaming at me for sucking so bad, and then I'd have, like, one person once in a while pop on and be like, wow, you really kicked some ass. I did roll up a Horde alt and do some battlegrounds on the Horde side, both at level 29 and 49 for a while. And that was fun because Horde just always won. We just won every time. So yeah, you can cross over. They did server crossover. That's one of the last things that happened before I quit playing the game during, I think, the second major expansion. One of the changes they made was battlegrounds were no longer tied to your server, but to a group of servers that tried to balance the population out, and that helped wait times in battlegrounds considerably. You no longer had to wait 30, 40 minutes to get into a battlegrounds match. That's basically all I would do in Warsong Gulch, is try to stack up kills. I'm not going to be able to capture the flag. It's just not going to happen. That's not what a Warlock is good for in Battlegrounds. But a Warlock can debuff a lot of people at once. At the time, the meta was that there are 3 builds of Warlock. Affliction, Demonology, and I forget what the third one is. Demonology at the time was thought to be the only viable Warlock build. If you weren't playing a Demonologist, you were playing the class improperly. I played an Affliction Warlock, so a lot of debuffs, a lot of damage over time kind of stuff. Which probably wasn't the best build if I was doing endgame raid stuff, but it was really friggin' good in Warsong Gulch, man. Destruction was the other one. Yes, thank you. Like, I'm not kidding. I could go into Warsong Gulch and go midfield with my Affliction build and my invisible little goblin guy that I only use as a mana battery. And I could tie up 2 or 3 Horde players there, and I'm sure they're all thinking the same thing. Oh, we'll just gank this Warlock real quick, and then we'll keep moving. But Warlocks are fairly difficult to kill, or were at the time, because they can sacrifice their pets' health to give themselves health, and they've got lots of other little tricks. And I could debuff them. I could put a bunch of damage over time effects. I could drop a fear effect and make them run off to some weird corner of the map for 30 seconds. That's what I was good at. So that was my thinking at the time. Like, I'm not going to be able to capture a flag. That's not going to happen. But I can go midfield and just harass as many of these troll and orc bastards as I possibly can. And when I started playing, that's when I started getting compliments from the Horde players once in a while. Like, they'd sign on their alt and be like, dude, you were the only person in that fight that we were worried about. I had one dude come on once, like, it's like me and my friends do Battlegrounds all the time, and yeah, you're the one name we don't want to see on the list. We hate it when you're there. Like, dude, that's a good compliment, thanks. I do need to give Radiant Elixir. I never got into Alterac Valley that much. That was around the time when I stopped playing for a long time. That's our second Rainbow Pudding, by the way. We've got 2 of those now. We'll probably have several before this is all over. So Alterac Valley, that was more of a control territory kind of thing, right? Where there was like 5 capture points, and you could, whoever controlled more of them for more time won, I think. And so at the time, the meta, at least on our server, was everybody in the Alliance would scream the same thing over and over and over. Take 3 and hold. I heard that 7,000 times every night when I played. That was the other Battleground you could play. It was Warngsong Gulch, Alterac Valley, and then Arathi Basin was the third one that I didn't. But take 3 and hold. That's all you gotta do. What kind of morons are you that you can't take 3 and hold? You can't take 3 and hold in the fight. It's a 15 versus 15. Oh, Arathi Basin was the take 3 and hold. Is that it? Well, anyway, this one, I think it was like a 15-player Battleground each side. So yeah, you could position 5 guys at 3 bases and sit there, but then all the Horde has to do is show up to one of them with 6 guys, and they take it. Like, there's more to the game than take 3 and hold, but you could never convince these jackholes of that. I don't think I ever won one of those Battlegrounds. That's all you gotta do is take 3 and hold. Why is this so difficult? Why can't you just listen and pay attention? Because if you pay attention to the person who's wrong, you're still gonna lose. That's why. Alterac Valley was the big one at the end. Okay, so Arathi Basin was the middle one. The take 3 and hold one I'm thinking of. Warsong Gulch was my favorite. I liked Warsong Gulch better. The rules were super simple. Alliance would sometimes get a win once in a while. So, I have no idea what the state of Battlegrounds are now. I'm talking 2006, 2007 at the latest, I think. But I like the capture the flag rule set a lot. And even not winning the Battleground, I still had fun playing it. And once in a while, like, I'd get 4 of my friends on. And so, like, half of our Battleground group is me and the boys, and we're on Ventrilo. So that right there is a huge advantage. Nowadays, I don't even think I would play a game like that unless it was exclusively with a team of friends. Like, I know that Let's Racing Time is making some noise about doing some more Among Us this month, which sounds great, but I don't want to play that game with randos. Like, I'm just not interested in playing any game with randos, really. So Alterac Valley is the one that I barely played. And Arathi Basin is the one that I would play once in a while. Like, I'd put both queues up, and whichever game popped first I would jump into, and usually it was Warsong Gulch. There should be rated Battlegrounds. There should be Battleground rankings. Like, multiplayer games should have that kind of stuff. That's fine. But I would bet money that there are still people to this day that are screaming about Arathi Basin, that are still saying take 3 and hold. Can anybody confirm that for me? Is that still in the lexicon of World of Warcraft? Are there still people out there that think you can win Arathi Basin by take 3 and hold? Like, is that the scrub strat to this day? Or are people overall smarter? I did dodge the World of Warcraft Classic bullet. So, like, October of last year, I spent the whole month playing Final Fantasy XI, getting assets for Villainous. And that was right around the time World of Warcraft Classic was released. And playing that much Final Fantasy XI, which is a friggin' horrible game, oh my god, really got me jonesing to play some World of Warcraft. I was really considering at the time, like, I'm gonna finish this month of Final Fantasy XI, which is just a garbo, trash fire, torture game. And then I'll just settle into, like, I'll just level a character to 60, then I'll quit. I'll spend 1 or 2 months, I'll level a character to 60 in World of Warcraft, I'll have my fun, then I'll quit. But I dodged the bullet. I didn't even buy it. I did not even play Classic. I'm a little jazzed to play Final Fantasy X. I don't like Final Fantasy X that much. I don't like the story, but a lot of that comes from the quality of the writing, which the writing's not worse than any other Final Fantasy game from that era, but it feels a lot worse because the voice direction is so bad. So, like, I think if 10 did not have voice acting and it just had the standard, like, text box, like Final Fantasy 9 did, it probably has a comparable amount of dialogue and story scenes to 9, but they feel so much worse because the voice acting is bad. This year, which has been the worst year of my life by any stretch of the imagination, and I feel it's probably similar for a lot of you. But I got a taste this year of what it's like to live in a place where you have, like, looming catastrophe over your head at all times. I've always been aware that there are places in the world like that. Like people that live in places that are constantly at war, or places that have no, like, form of government and are always in danger of, like, guerrilla warfare or terrorist attacks, religious fanaticism. Like, those places exist, but for me, for the first 37 years of my life, it's just an academic knowledge. Like, I didn't have a basis for comparison, and I still don't in a lot of ways. But this year, living through COVID and watching my country not react to it properly and seeing that death toll mount up, it's been very sobering in some ways, because that has to be what it feels like for a lot of people. Like, oh, like, Civil War is tearing my country apart, and every day I might just get blown up by a terrorist attack because somebody has a like a government or a religious manifesto they have to prove. But at the same time, like, life doesn't end. You still have to exist in this place. You still have to cook dinner. You still have to raise kids if you have kids. You still have to feed your dogs. Like, you can't just give over to existential despair and stop functioning. And I've been struggling with that a lot this year. And what that's done, bringing this back to Final Fantasy, is what I've realized, Final Fantasy X, that's the setting that they try to create. Every other Final Fantasy game is about some, like, world-destroying catastrophe that's happening right now, and the heroes have to do something to stop it. Like, Zeromus is trying to get his mind-controlled puppet boy to collect all the crystals so he can make a spaceship and destroy the world, so he can send his people down to colonize it. or Sephiroth is summoning meteor and it's gonna hit the planet and everything's gonna explode if we don't do something about it right now. That's not what Final Fantasy X is about, though. Final Fantasy X is a setting where people just live with this existential dread constantly, like generations and generations and generations of it. Like, if you're my age and you live in that world, you've seen this cycle of sin killing everybody you know and then being temporarily put to sleep and living through an era of peace that must not be that comforting because you know it's temporary. So I think when I replay Final Fantasy X, I will have some interesting context to put it into, having lived through 2020. Because every day of my life this year has been, oh, my wife's going to work at the school where she works with 900 children who aren't following proper mask procedures because my government hasn't said we need to do that. And every day of my life, she might come home, and this might be the day when we get the news that she's contracted this disease and she has a pre-existing condition that puts her in a class of people that is more likely to die from it. It has been on my mind since March of this year and has not left for a moment. So I'm interested to see if Final Fantasy X, if I approach the game's story now, having lived through part of that context, if I'll have more appreciation for it. I think we've done like 30 battles. I'm not sure. I haven't been counting. We can look at how many sirens I have left after this fight. So I've known people that have contracted COVID and gone through it. I haven't known anybody who got super, super sick from it. We did lose... My grandmother died a few weeks ago after contracting COVID. We're not 100% sure that's what killed her, but in any event, she was 94 years old. Like, she wasn't going to last the year. And, like, she didn't have a lot of quality of life to look forward to anyway. She was real bad with dementia. We had already kind of said goodbye to her already, like years ago. So if I come through the other side of this and that's the only person I've personally lost to this disease, I will consider myself very fortunate, and I will count my blessings for sure. Oh, I needed to give Rydia an elixir. Shoot. This is going to be an interesting fight. Oh, giving her a remedy is not going to fix anything. I better try to run from this fight. I got to get out of here. I could just commit to fighting it with my attacks, I guess. And healing Cecil with elixirs. I guess that's my punishment. If I forget to give Rydia an elixir on time, I have to give Cecil an elixir in the fight, probably. This still might work, actually. Because that elixir will come out before she starts charging her spell. Nope, no, it won't. Oh, yes, it will. Ha, it did. Nice. Word up. I've thought about that context before because Final Fantasy X-2 deals with this world that's been locked in this cycle of death for 1,000 years, suddenly not anymore. And none of the characters or, like, the peoples of this, like, nobody really knows what to do with themselves now. Primarily seen through the eyes of the protagonist, who was raised from a child with the understanding that someday she would die in this particular way, and then suddenly she doesn't. Like, she doesn't. she's still alive after she thought I'm never gonna live past 18, and suddenly she is. So we're at about 40 battles here. We still have a ways to go. We've had some positive cases that we know of at my wife's school. I suspect there have been more that we have not been told of. The culture in Florida, from the governor down, is to hide as much of this information as you possibly can. So we haven't had good numbers in Florida for 6 or 8 months at least. Which is concerning for a lot of reasons. But, like, I still gotta feed my dog. I still gotta play video games. I still gotta clean the house. Like, this is an overwhelming crisis, but life just doesn't stop because the crisis is hit. Yeah, the 10-2 ending I don't like either. The 100% ending where Tidus comes back, I do not like that version of the ending. Because Yuna is dealing with a lot of stuff in 10-2. And it's easy to miss that because of how, like, bubblegum cheesecake the whole game is. But, like, a lot of that game isn't Yuna, like, having fun with her friends in this wacky shack adventure that she loves being on. A lot of it is, like, her pretending that that's what she's doing because she doesn't know what else to do with herself. Because she didn't expect to be alive at this age. And for a while, it looked like she might be, but also there's this guy that she really loved, but oh, now he's dead. So, like, moving on from loss is part of it, but it's also a lot of it is just Yuna figuring out what her identity even is. If she's not the summoner that's supposed to sacrifice herself to save the world, what is she even doing here? Like, is she a pop singer? Like, is she still an adventurer? Because that's one of the plot points from the last mission, which is a game that should not have a plot, but in 10-2, like, she goes on this grand adventure with Riku, and then she kind of decides maybe that's not for me. So in last mission, the plot, such as it is that they go on this adventure in this mystery dungeon tower, and Riku gets, like, really mad at Yuna, because Riku's still out there, like, adventuring and doing all this stuff and keeping busy, and Yuna's just kind of chilling on B-Sage. She's kind of retired from the adventuring life. She's still kind of figuring stuff out. Riku gets mad at her, like, you gotta be out there doing the stuff. And Yuna's like, maybe I don't want to do the stuff. So that's what a lot of what 10-2 is about, is Yuna, like, figuring out who she even is in this world, and what that... This is not something she's had to think about for the first 18 years of her existence. Like, oh, I'm just going to be trained as a summoner, and someday I'm just going to die. I'm just going to sacrifice myself for the good of the world. Because every religious fanatic in my life has told me that's what's going to happen, so I'll just trust them, I guess. And then that ends up not happening. And that's where moving on from Lost kind of comes into play, because Tidus is the only person she really ever met that didn't feed into this this narrative that she's gonna kill herself to save the world. Every other person she's ever known, including her family, the people she's closest to, her friends, her traveling companions, other summoners, religious leaders, all told her the same thing. And then here's this guy that doesn't have any idea what's going on, and she finds that very refreshing for the first half of the game. Like, oh, I don't have to Like, Tidus doesn't know this terrible thing that's going to happen, and it's nice to interface with somebody who doesn't know that thing about me. It stretches credibility quite a bit that Tidus could get that far in the adventure without ever once hearing anybody on Earth mention it. Like, that doesn't make sense, but it makes perfect sense why Yuna gravitates towards him and why it's such a loss when he dies at the end of the game. Spoilers, by the way, Tidus dies at the end of Final Fantasy X. Kind of. He's not actually alive to begin with. It's really dumb. The story is so dumb. I cannot articulate how dumb. It's really dumb. We'll have fun with it, I think. I could give Rosa a bow. That would put out a little bit more damage in this fight, but I don't think it would speed things up considerably. I can do it just for a change of scenery, though. Nice themes, but dodgy writing. Yes, that's exactly how I would describe Final Fantasy X. And then 10-2 is actually slightly better writing, and it carries over some of the themes, but they're inverted now, because the original, like, cycle of death stuff doesn't apply in 10-2. I think Alex Diner's playing 10-2 right now. I haven't started watching it, though. I'm still working on the end of his 7 playthrough. The dodgy writing in 10 is so much more noticeable because of the voice acting. It's silly, though. Like, 12's story flows so much better just because the voice acting isn't atrocious. It's amazing. And even 13's story, which makes no sense, has no cohesion at all. But it's more engaging to watch because the characters don't sound terrible. Like, yeah, I get the point of the laughing scene. Like, I understand what they were going for in terms of Tidus thinks he's helping Yuna without realizing that she's the one who's helping him in that scene. Because he doesn't know at that point in the story that she needs to die. Nobody's told him. But she knows that. And she knows he doesn't know that. So she sees he's trying to help her because he doesn't even realize the gravity of the situation. And in, like, joining him in that, she's actually helping him to feel better about their current situation. I think the exact struggle at that point is he's dealing with some stuff about his dad that he learned recently. So it's a poignant scene, and it's good from a theming perspective. Unfortunately, the voice acting completely ruins it, and it makes the scene so hard to watch. Oops, I didn't raise Cecil. I think the problem with Final Fantasy XII story, if it has to have one, I don't agree that it has to have one. I think 12 story is fantastic. But a lot of really important things to the core story of Final Fantasy XII happen off screen. Or in, like, cutaways to characters that you don't ever meet in some cases. Like, you never meet Emperor Gramis ever at any point in the story, except in a couple of cutaway scenes where he's interacting with Cid or Vayne, and eventually he gets killed. Like, that's a super important scene. And if it were any other Final Fantasy game, it would happen in front of the party. Like, they would be either complicit in his death, or they would be, they would discover it firsthand. That doesn't happen. I definitely blame the voice direction in 10, because in 10-2 and in other games where that actress is voicing Yuna, she's fine. The Dissidia games have pretty terrible writing across the board, and there are technical reasons why the voice acting is bad, but the direction is still pretty good. And Yuna sounds like Yuna, just she doesn't sound like she has a head wound like she does in Final Fantasy X. So I don't blame the voice actress. And also, 10 has big name voice actors who are really good at the craft, but do a kind of bad job in that game, which is another just piece of evidence that their direction was just spotty at best. Yeah, Rose is banging out 600 damage, whatever. That's exactly it. The direction was probably, we want you to sound really timid, but we don't have a good grasp of what that sounds like to an English-speaking ear. So when she gave a wooden performance like that, it made her seem lifeless. But if you don't have a good ear for English, maybe you can't make that distinction. Like, if I heard a Japanese character sound lifeless and then I heard another one sound timid, I might not be able to make the distinction either. Rydia needs an elixir. But without that direction, like, they weren't able to get her to the place where she needed to be for her character. And it's a shame, because I really think Final Fantasy X would be astonishingly better with better cutscenes across the board. A lot of the cutscenes in that game, aside from having bad voice acting, are just like character's face, awkward pause, cut to other character's face, say something, awkward pause, cut back to first character, awkward pause, say something. Like, a lot of that. Where 12 and 13, there's a lot more action in the cutscenes. Even in the scenes in 12, which are just conversations in rooms, there's a lot of movement. Characters are always moving around, moving their arms when they inflect. Al Cid keeps taking his glasses on and off. Edge is speedy boy. Edge is maxed on speed. I don't know how I feel about, like, okay, this might be unfair because I don't know anything about this woman other than I enjoyed her role in the game that I just played. But the woman who voiced Aerith in Final Fantasy VII Remake did a great job. She was a fantastic character. Really, really enjoyed that character in Remake. But I've come to find out that she, like, is way into the actual character to the point where she, like, cosplays the character. And apparently she, like, streamed the game doing the voice while she played the game. That kind of is a little cringy to me, but I guess it's just all in good fun and I should not be that much of a stickler. So, like, the little pause in between lines, sometimes it's not even a direction issue. For Dissidia in particular, it's because they have to save all the voice clips in little snippets. And you have to constantly be loading the next one. So there's really not a way to get around having that little pause. Again, I'm not saying anything against the woman. I don't know anything about her other than I enjoyed her performance. But I did think it was a little cringy when I looked into it a little bit. And yeah, she apparently dresses as the character, and apparently she streamed the game and, like, did the voice of the character while playing. Maybe you have to be a much bigger fan of the character than I am to appreciate that kind of stuff. But if she has fun with it, it's fine. I did not like Barrett in 7 Remake. I never liked listening to Barrett. I thought he was an abrasive, obnoxious character. And, like, he was the only character in the game that I feel like the direction told him, go way over the top. Way 100% over the top. Every single line, you gotta dial it up, man. All the way to 11. Don't ever say anything that sounds like a reasonable person. You've always got to be super mad and grumbly. And, did not get into Barrett. Everybody else did a great job. And I'm sure that voice actor also did a great job. I'm sure they told him, you have to act like Mr. T in every scene, is what the direction I'm sure they gave him was. So, one thing we were discussing on Discord about the way drops might work in this game is we're thinking you can only get one drop per battle. Because you can't get multiple drops in this game. But we are rolling individually for each pudding. So, it might be the case that, say, pudding A dies and rolls the tail. And the game says, okay, award the tail as the item after this fight. But then we kill pudding B, and it rolls a dry ether. And then the game says, okay, don't give him the tail anymore. We've now rolled the dry ether. That's going to be the reward for this fight. If that's the case, then the drop chance is not 2.4% per battle. It's actually much lower than that. We were not talking about Orin. I was talking about Barrett from 7 Remix. I didn't like his performance. I liked Cloud and Tifa and the other characters who were like having conversations with each other and talking, but it always felt like instead of Barrett being a character in the game, like he was a character playing Mr. T in the game. It rang very untrue to me. I've never been the biggest fan of Barrett's character in the first place. I'm sure if you really like Barrett as a character, like it was fine, but I don't like super over-the-top guy. Unless the entire text is that. And it's like part of the gag. Sid is kind of like that too, so I'm kind of not looking forward to Sid's performance either. Because he's also that like same sort of character. Sounds like he sat on a bear trap. And it's kind of like, so Eris in Final Fantasy VII is this like kind of super cute, bubbly, giggly girl. Like there's more to her character than just that, but that's kind of the archetype of her character in a way that Tifa and Yuffie are not. And that aspect of her character was actually more subdued in the remake. Like, she still had those aspects to her character, but they read a lot more believably. To me, at least. Like, she was way more interested in, like, fighting with Cloud in the battle arena place. Like, I enjoyed that a lot. She didn't mind at all. Like, oh yeah, we're just gonna fight in this battle arena, and I'm just gonna do it. It's great. I'll wear a pink dress while I do it. Whatever. And they did the same thing with Cloud a little bit. Like, Cloud in the original game, in the first, like, 6 or 8 hours at least, he's like this mercenary. He doesn't care about anything. He's always quick to talk over people and not listen. And they subdued that aspect of his character in the remake a lot. He's a much softer version of that character. He's still a mercenary, but I don't think at any point in the game he's like, I don't care about what's going on. I don't care about saving the planet. I don't care about any of this. All you people need to shut up. Like, he never goes that far with it. So seeing them kind of subdue the more cartoonish aspects of Cloud and Eris, but then ramp up those aspects in Barrett, I didn't buy it. I didn't find it credible. Yeah, like the high five scenes as you're going through the broken highway. It's a great example. Like, you have to solve these little mini puzzles going through, and every time Eris is like, cool, high five, and Cloud has no idea. He doesn't want any part of this. He doesn't want her to know that he's into it. And she's like super awkward, like, oh, well, maybe next time. And there's one point where like he puts up the 5 and she doesn't, like they're misreading each other. It's a cute little scene, and it plays up these aspects of both of their characters without being like super over the top about it. But Barrett was always super over the top. And he did not sing the victory fanfare half as well as Prompto does. Not even half as well. See, I liked a lot of the voice acting in the PS2 era. The PS2 era had a lot of games where you could tell the voice director was doing a good job versus games where they weren't. I think Metal Gear Solid 1 has fairly good voice direction. The characters sound believable, like you can buy into their conversations. They're clearly overacting at points, and the actual sound quality of the recordings isn't great. But it's light years better than like Final Fantasy X. And then each subsequent Metal Gear Solid game just got better and better at it. I will not get to any point in this process throughout the year as we continue in this project, or I will be filled with rage. I am resigned to the grind. Very, very copacetic right now. Found my nice, enjoyable center where I am one with the grind. Very USA. Now, if I was going to start raging at the grind now, then I'd have to quit this project. He's gotta slide in. Slide into the grind and enjoy it. Have a good conversation. Nice, enjoyable stream where we have a nice, enjoyable conversation as I do the same thing repeatedly. Because this is the easy part of the grind for this game. We have a lot of rare drops to go after this. Resigned to the grind is the catchphrase for the project. So we've gone through half of our remedies, which means we must have gone through half of our sirens. So we've been using one remedy per siren. So I've played Lightning Returns. I'm not good at like watch and react kind of combat. I'm not good at like the dodge roll, half-second parry style of combat. Stuff like Dark Souls would be the example. I'm not good at it. It's not that I don't enjoy it necessarily, it's that I don't have good reflexes for it. Lightning Returns takes that style of combat and like inexpertly plugs it into this really confused ATB battle system where you're juggling a lot of variables, and then on top of that has like leveling up items and magic and equipment in these kind of bizarre and convoluted systems, some of which don't connect very well. I've tried to play Lightning Returns, but I just can't get to a point with it where like anything about the game clicks. So last time I tried to play it, I was streaming it, and I felt every moment of the game I was playing it wrong, and I was getting frustrated, and all the feedback the game was giving to me was like, you're doing this wrong, you're screwing this up. But I had a dude in my chat, one of my good friends, really loves the 13 series, and he told in my chat at that time when I'm getting frustrated, like, no, you're doing fine, man, this is good, you're doing just fine, this is how you're supposed to play. So I kind of decided, if that's how I'm supposed to play, I just am never going to be interested in getting good at this game. I hate the sensation of playing a game and not playing it well unless I'm also improving at the game. And I was assured by people who knew Final Fantasy 13-3 better than I did that I was playing it the correct way. So if the correct way to play the game is to constantly be in a state of feeling like I'm screwing up, I have no desire to go back to it. So I did not put 13-3 on that list. I might change my mind, we'll see. I can be convinced of lots of things. I'm going to need a new drink here in a second. Some games have a quality that, like, even if you're playing them badly, they're still kind of fun just to play. Like, Final Fantasy 15 is pretty much the same way. It's just this confused mess of game systems and advancement systems that don't really connect really well, and it's really easy to feel like you're playing, like, oh, I should have dodged that, I should have dodged a different direction, I didn't buy the skill that lets me dodge in this way, like, oh, should I buy the air parry skill for swords, should I switch to swords, am I okay using great swords, how come a sword and a great sword are different things? Oh, wait a minute, there's magic in this game too. Wow, should I be using magic? How do I level up magic? Do I have to eat certain foods? Should I go out and find... So there's a lot of that in 15, but the game itself was fun, and I didn't ever feel like I was screwing it up constantly. Over the course of like 3 playthroughs, though, I did get fairly good at that game. Like, I'm in a place now where I feel pretty confident that I can play it well, more or less. We'll see how I feel when I get to the dungeon at the end of 15, where I'm not allowed to use items. I do think this is the hardest battle we're going to have to fight constantly. The magic system in 15 doesn't break the game wide open, but I'm confident in saying that if you exploit the magic system in that game, you can complete the story effortlessly. It's definitely not the most efficient way to play, but there's nothing in the main story that can really survive a constant onslaught of magic. I could reduce the time of individual battles by turning off Cecil's counter, because I really only need to damage each flan once, and Kain and Edge can do that. Because if Cecil isn't constantly attacking like that... the combat would be a little quicker. Let's turn that off for one battle and see how it goes. We have to actually just give him something else. So we'll give him that. He can twin cast with himself. But that's one of the differences between 15 and Lightning Returns. Like, Lightning Returns, you actually do have to engage with the game systems to be successful. In 15, you don't. You really don't. In 15, you can just kind of muddle your way through and it's fine. The problem with doing it this way, like, it probably is still faster overall. Like, look how quickly we got to the casting portion of the fight. No, I think Cecil's class change happens in an appropriate point in the story. It can feel really early when you replay the game, knowing how much game there is on the other side of it. But I think it's fine. I think it's good that you start getting your final party together around that time. Like, I think it would be dumber if you stayed at Dark Knight until, say, the Tower of Zot. Playing up through the Tower of Zot and still not having anybody who's going to be in your final party, I think would be a mistake. But around the Tower of Zot, you have Cecil as a paladin. You know he's in your final party. And that's when you get Rosa and Kain back, and they're pretty much with you for the rest of the game. At that point, more or less. It's an appropriate time to start building your final party in the game. Because that's around the time, it's not until Cecil becomes a paladin that he gets any kind of victory against Golbez at all. His first victory against Golbez is accepting the Holy Sword, the Mythgraven Blade, and becoming a paladin. And then the first actual victory over Golbez is retaking Baron. So like it's the point in the plot where Cecil has lost absolutely everything. And the only thing he has left to try is to give up his Sword of Darkness and take up the Sword of Light. So that's an appropriate part in the story, even though it is relatively early in the story. I think it's more of a problem that there's no more mountain dungeons to go through at that point. Like, what's up? You had a cool mountain tile set. You got this cool music that only plays when you're on those tiles, and you're going to only use it really early in the game. We're not going to go to another mountain. Like, there's no underworld mountain we have to climb. What if the Fame Arch was on top of this big mountain instead of down in this big cave? And we could hear the mountain music down here and have like a real long dungeon and real encounters and stuff. Like, that'd be cool. Dark Knight Cecil is balls, but you don't really have a good basis for comparison at that point in the game. Like, Cecil is as strong as he needs to be at that point in the game. The fact that he is way absurdly stronger at level 1 as a paladin than he is at level whatever, 20 or whatever, as a Dark Knight, is one of my favorite little things in the game, though. Buttface, have you gone on YouTube and seen the Halls of the Mountain King Lion Rider track? Let me rephrase that. Do you even know what Lion Rider is? Is this a thing that people are aware of in this chat? Or am I about to introduce everybody to something absurdly cool? And I'm going to have to apologize for all the time you waste watching Lion Rider videos over the course of the next few months. But there's an exceptionally good Lion Rider track for Hall of the Mountain King. It's one of my favorite ones. I think the person who put Lion Rider on Steam was not actually the person who made Lion Rider. My understanding is that somebody put it on Steam without the permission of the people who created it, and they had to fight to get it taken off of there. Because if you bought Lion Rider on Steam, the original creator of the software wouldn't have made any money. Guys, I'm going to take 2 minutes and run to the fridge and get myself a fizzy drink. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me tonight. Everybody who is also resigned to the grind. I will be right back. Alright, I see that my stuff still hasn't dropped. I see that Cecil is still halfway dead. I see that Rydia needs an elixir. We are slowly building up the elixirs, though. We have like 4 more elixirs every time I have to feed Rydia one. So maybe I have to be just logged into this dashboard, and then they know that I'm streaming and my alerts can pop up. Maybe that's the case. See, all the Berserk people are always attacking the top flank. They're not spreading their attacks out, so after Bahamut comes out, without counter, I've got to go down and attack these guys once each. Which is fine. I think it's still faster than having counter turned on. Oop, we gotta raise Cecil first. What am I doing? So does that mean I can move spells on this? Yes. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to do that then. Arrange spells all over the place. Yeah, time to fight. We are halfway through our sirens now. So I guess the Berserk characters are always going to attack a particular monster slot. They don't spread their attacks out. Which means they're smarter than the Berserkers in Final Fantasy V by a lot. Although if they did spread their attacks out, this particular battle would go quicker. Supplies! Is this the first surprise attack down here? Do I have any Stardust? Probably. No, I do not. I don't have enough money to fund all the Stardust I need anyway. I've only got about 200,000. Oh, did I have some in there? Well, I'm not using them. I want those. I'm going to be buried with those 7 Stardusts. Treble, maybe the pop-up was inside you the whole time. I can't think of why the pop-up alerts weren't working, but they do seem to be working now. So if a monster, we can only get one drop per battle, and if a monster that rolls a drop overwrites a previously killed monster that also rolled a drop, then it doesn't matter if, like, one of those two could have rolled a tail, but if this one rolls like an ether, we're going to get the ether instead. So, I actually don't know. If I were to design this system, well, I wouldn't design a system with 0.4% or 0.04% chance drops anyway. But if I were to design this system, I would make sure that a more rare item could not get overwritten by a less rare one. But I'm not sure that the people who developed this game were as conscionable as I am. Yeah, without counter, it's more likely Cecil dies in this combat because I can't kill all three puddings at once with Bahamut. Because the Berserk characters are not smart enough to spread out their attacks. Like, from this point, I need Kane and Edge to each attack once. But it's still faster than waiting through all of Cecil's counterattacks. The Bloodsword halves damage from flans? What? Why does it do that? The sword does that? Are you sure? Treble, are you telling me Porcupines? If I do this and it's not true, I'm revoking your privileges. Because why would this be true? Like, why? In what universe could this possibly be true? Anti-flan properties? How? Why is this a thing? Should I give Kane a blood? Well, no, it wouldn't matter for Kane. Because he's berserked anyway. That's ridiculous that this is true. Now I'm mad. Now I'm mad forever. He is. He's taking half damage. That's really dumb. Anti-flan properties that are not explained in the game at all. Like, I don't, like, you can't go to the equipment screen and highlight the sword and see that it says drains HP from opponents. It says nothing about anti-flan properties. That's hilarious. Because blood pudding? Oh. That's the reason, isn't it? Because blood pudding. That has to be the joke, because blood pudding. It's the worst joke I've ever heard in my life. So there's no piece of gear in the game that protects against Berserk that Rydia can wear. Is that correct? Not even the ribbon protects Berserk in this game. Only so. I wonder why. Because that's actually not a bonus for the crystal armor. Like, that's a drawback. Because Berserk is a buff in this game. The gimmick of this fight is that the enemies buff you, and it's really inconvenient. But like, having an enemy Berserk you and having that ruin your battle strategy isn't actually a problem in this game, outside of this one fight. Whereas there are situations where you might like to cast Berserk on Cecil, and now you can't because of his armor. Coming up on 60 sirens. I think we just passed... Wait, what are we at? I'll have to check rarities here. I think we just passed 60, actually. Yeah, we've passed 60. Yeah, I wish that the Berserk characters rolled random targets rather than always fought the same one. Of course, in Final Fantasy V, the times I've been saddled with Berserker, I wished exactly the opposite of that. So I realize there is no pleasing me, no matter what happens. I should see how much damage the Mist Dragon does, because that's holy. They don't absorb holy. And maybe it's a faster cast. Let's try that. Well, in 5, the problem is you have a Berserker, and if you use Berserker, the Berserker will try to attack enemy targets it can't possibly hit. Like, some of the battles in that game have, like, dummied out targets that you can't actually select for purposes of, like, mechanics, making the battle work, like programming reasons. They have, like, an extra... They code something as, like, an extra target, but they just make it completely untargetable. But it's running something useful in the battle. But the Berserker will try to attack that thing and just waste attacks. It's only in a couple of fights, but... it's in some annoying ones. Let's see how much damage the dragon does. It doesn't look like it comes out any faster. It looks like it's about the same. I mean, I didn't get a stopwatch out, but... we kind of might as well just go with Dragon, really. Save time between elixirs. Oh, it might come out twice, though. We don't want that. No more programming anything. We've programmed enough things. So after we see Dragon once, I turn auto battle off. If I had given Cecil Omnicasting, which I could Asuna everyone in this fight, but I already didn't do that. I can't believe the Blood Sword reduces damage from these monsters. That makes no sense. Is it just me, or does the background of this area, like the floor, looks like it folds up in the distance? It's like that movie Inception, where the city starts folding upwards. That's what this looks like. It's like 40% faster. I can't really notice. And then we lose time on the back end, because now we have to attack each flan 2 or 3 times instead of just once. So I'm not really sure, but I'll stick with Dragon for a little while. Or... there's no way that's fast. There's no way that's faster. There's no way at all. But that's faster. It's probably slower, because we have to refill her magic points more often. If they spread their attacks out, Dragon would definitely be the way to go, unquestionably. But they don't. So after she casts Dragon, we still have to sit through probably 4 more attacks And if that's not faster than the extra casting time from Bahamut, it doesn't make a difference. Meteor's also more expensive, isn't it? Bahamut, I think, only costs 60, whereas Meteor costs 99. Same MP cost? Are you sure? Because I know Meteor's 99. I thought Bahamut was 60. Oh, it is 99. Wait a minute. Some of these spells have different MP costs, I would swear, than the 2D version. Chocobo does not cost 10 MP. It's supposed to cost 7. Sylph I thought was 20, and I thought Bahamut was the highest at 60. I would swear that that's a change in this version. I'm gonna look it up. And cost 60 MP. 99 in the 3D version. Yes, I was correct. Good night, Sebastian. Sleep well, my friend. I kind of wish I had given Cecil a kick now. I didn't realize how valuable that was going to be. I thought I was being Superfly meme lord by giving it to Fusaya. Even with adrenaline, like, that wouldn't cause them to target the flans I need them to target. They would just be putting the first one into overkill. Unless they actually kill the first one, which I don't think is likely before the spell comes out. Maybe it is, I don't know. I would also ruin Adrenaline by just kind of mindlessly using the Cure spell in between battles. Like, I would target the party instead of just targeting Cecil and then have to go set up Adrenaline again. The Dragon Spell is putting Edge into a position where a critical hit would almost always kill a Flan in one hit. But I cannot guarantee that Edge is going to get the first hit after that Dragon Spell goes off. Because theoretically it would be nice, because the first Flan would die as soon as the spell goes off, having already taken damage. Edge has the very next turn, critical hit against Flan number 2, which would finish it off. And then the third one would just take some hits from Rosa or Kane. Combined is sometimes enough to take out a Flan. But what's actually happening is... Do we have magic points? We do. What's actually happening is Dragon takes the first one out, and then Rosa and or Kane attack the second one. And then Edge would finish it off critical hit or no. It wouldn't matter if he has a critical hit there. If I completely run out of Sirens, we will try to get some Stardusts. But the thing I'm wondering is, where am I going to get money for that? I guess selling off Elixirs and Dry Ethers. I don't. I've only got like 200,000. Maybe 300,000 now. Maybe more. I don't know. I haven't actually been paying attention. I know that the Flans aren't giving 250,000 per fight like they do in the 2D version. I haven't listed maxed gil as a requirement in most of the games because I don't actually know what the max gil is in most of the games. And I just don't, like, there are games like, can I have 10 trillion gil? It just doesn't seem like it's a interesting requirement. By fulfilling every other requirement in all the games, I will have as much money as you could ever possibly spend in that game. So, I think I'm just going to content myself with that. Yeah, I've only got 400,000. It costs 300,000 just to get the Sirens I need. And all the money I have on hand is not enough to buy 99 Stardusts. So, no, I actually don't have that much money at all. Comparatively. So money's going to be a concern when I go to farm the other 2 items I'm looking for in this playthrough, I think. I did not consider that. I thought these Flans would give me so much money I would never need to grind any more money. But now I'm not sure. And I have Gil Finder equipped. Kane has it. So I'm getting the maximum amount of Gil I can get from this fight. If I reset, I lose all those elixirs, though. Beautiful, beautiful elixirs. I can't believe the blood sword is a thing. That just doesn't make any sense. Does not jive with anything I know about any Final Fantasy game. That's ridiculous. I wonder if the person who originally designed this fight got fired. Well, it'll still be a concern because I'll need to get sirens. Like, I'm going to be using siren for all of these items. So I wonder if periodically I'm going to have to come back and figure out how to restock my money. That's true. They drop other stuff, though. I don't know. So that's something we have to worry about today. We need. It costs 3,500 gold to fight one group of flans, and we're getting about 2,200 per group of flans. Those are some weird numbers. I wonder why they drop so little gold in this version. That kind of doesn't make sense. Like somebody had to make the conscious decision to make them drop way less gold. Oops, I didn't even know. Oh, I didn't turn auto battle on. Oh god. I screwed this up. This fight's screwed up. I botched it. I botched it, guys. Might still be fine. We still got it, I think. Yep, we're still good. I think Rydia can cast Dragon one more time. I mean, I can sell these dry ethers and stuff too, though. Like, these are worth something. Yeah, I can cast it one more time. They sell for one. All of my plans are ruined. I mean, I only had, like, the one plan. That was the only one really that was ruined. Why did I turn auto battle on? Now there's no point to turning it on. An enemy dropping sirens would be nice, yeah. This grind is at least kind of nice because one of the other rare items is a less rare drop off this same monster. We already have like 3 of them. So that's kind of nice at least. In this version of the game, yes, you can buy sirens. The problem is we're getting less money per fight than we're using to fund each fight. Because each fight costs 1 siren and 1 remedy. But when I play the PSP version of this game, I won't be able to buy sirens. I'll have to steal stacks of them from monsters. Well, you get a limit break augment every time you kill Zeronis. So the third playthrough, I'll have 2 of them. And because there's not another New Game Plus after that, I can't get a 3rd one. So I'm planning to get my limit break augments to Kane and Cecil, I think. Unless I can think of a more compelling reason to give it to Edge, but I'm not sure I can. Because we're getting 2 limit breaks, and there's a bunch of augments where you can only get 1 of. Anything that the Naming Way quest gives you, you can only get 1 of. And then the Treasure Hunter augment, you can only have 1 of. I'm relatively sure I want Kane to have it, but I'm not actually sure between Cecil and Edge. I suspect Cecil is better than Edge. Because of the draw attacks setup, he'll be putting out just a lot more attacks. The only fight in the game where the limit break augment is going to matter at all is against the super bosses in the 3rd playthrough. Like, there's no other fight that I'm going to need to even come close to that amount of damage. The problem with Rydia is she can't get focus and darkness. She can get bluff to double her damage output, but that's it. Whereas my other 2 characters, like Kane, can focus 3 times, then darkness, then jump for an incredibly, just absurdly powerful amount of damage. Whereas all Rydia can do is bluff once. We'll just give it to Rosa. We'll give them both to Rosa. How's that? Just one incredibly lucky or unlucky player, depending on how you look at it, at some point in this game's history just encountered this fight, walking in here to get this treasure box. And then he told the story and nobody believed him. Some poor Japanese boy, statistically speaking. And then he was in therapy. He was in therapy for a long time before he was able to learn to trust again. I think I first learned about it because of the Game Genie. You could use the Game Genie to spawn in any item in the game, and a lot of the stuff was dummied out, but the pink tail and the adamant armor were not. So we discovered those items with the Game Genie, and then we used whatever version of the internet was around back then, which you used to have to dial up through a phone line. A phone used to be a thing that plugged into a particular jack in your wall. And that's where the internet came in. Very, very slowly. This was back in like the 1970s when Abraham Lincoln was alive. It really bugs me how my Berserk characters will only attack that one flan. They will not spread out their attacks, because then we can just finish this fight with Dragon. It feels like there's 2 or 3 really inefficient ways to do this fight, and no way that's really good and efficient consistently. Mortal Kombat was like the king of the game where somebody could say something completely outlandish, like some wacky rumor, but you couldn't dismiss it because it was Mortal Kombat. That's the kind of game it was. I think my favorite story is about how Ermac, the character, was introduced to the series. Have you guys ever heard this story? So one of the like 40 palette swap ninja guys in Mortal Kombat is named Ermac. And Ermac was, I forget, one of the versions of Mortal Kombat 3, I think, was his first appearance. But Mortal Kombat 1 and 2, if you went into the machine diagnostics, had like a list of statistics. Like, this is how much revenue the game has made, this is how many new games have been started, this is how many times each character was, like, all this stuff was, like, this is how many times the game has been completed, this is, all these statistics were available to you, so you could tweak its position in your arcade that you owned or whatever. But one of the things just said Ermac, and it was a counter for how many times, it stood for error macro. How many times did this particular error macro get flagged in the course of the game? What this actually was, I have no idea. I don't know if anybody knows. But there was just this mysterious Ermac counter that was just almost always at 0. And so arcade owners would like show this to players of the game, and people started thinking, there's a character in this game named Ermac, and you can make him appear somehow. Because that's a thing you could do in Mortal Kombat games, like against Reptile and Jade. So when they made the next Mortal Kombat game, they just had another ninja guy, and his name was Ermac. They just put him in the game, like he's here. You said his name, and now he appeared. Shenlong was the other one. Everybody back in the day had a method for getting Shenlong as a secret character in Street Fighter. And it was always ridiculous stuff, like you had to go into this particular level and win the fight double flawless, like using only low punches and with a ponytail wrapped around your head while singing a lullaby or something absolutely ridiculous. So you can imagine people spent years at arcades like trying ridiculous stunts to get Ermac to appear in a game where he wasn't even in. Our arcade in town was actually our roller skating rink. We went to the roller skating rink quite a lot, and they had a pretty good arcade there. But it wasn't like a modern arcade where like there was a big fighting scene in there, because it wasn't the main draw of the place. It was just a roller rink, and then you had the 20 or so most popular arcades at the time around in the area. So it was they had like some old vintage stuff in there from the 80s, and most of the big fighting games. I think they had one of those 4-player Simpsons cabinets, but I can't really remember. I know the guy who made Mega Man versus Street Fighter did the same thing. Like, to fight against Akuma in that game, you had to do some ridiculous stunts. Like, you had to get so many perfects against so many bosses over the course of the game, or Akuma would not appear. And it wasn't actually super difficult to do that, because what you could do in the fights was you could take damage, but then use an energy tank before the fight ended to give yourself a perfect. But the Akuma fight in that game is absurdly difficult. I can't think of a harder fight in any Mega Man game that I'm aware of. We just got double berserked. That is not supposed to happen. But now that they can't kill Cecil, like, I can just hang out here. And we can just watch this happen to us. So, I was never big into fighting game scene, but we did used to go to that roller rink a lot, and there was, like, some people there who were pretty good at the fighting games, but the thing is, like, to be good at a fighting game that you're typically only playing against the computer is a very different skill set than actually being good at the fighting game. So being good at, like, Mortal Kombat back in the day meant that you knew how to cheese Shao Kahn's AI to win the fight. It didn't actually mean you were good at playing the game. So I like to think, like, I've never seen this happen, but I would like to think that somewhere in some arcade in the mid-90s, there was, like, this hotshot Mortal Kombat player that could beat Mortal Kombat 100% of the time. He always beat Shao Kahn. Everybody was super impressed. Then one day a dude rolled in who actually knew how to play the game and just completely schooled him in an actual versus match. And then everybody lost their minds. That has to have happened at least once, right? Was that previous fight also a preemptive? Because if I put that remedy out before she actually got berserked, that would explain why I got double berserked. We about to run out of sirens here in a minute. If we run out of sirens, what I'll do is I'll leave and we'll do the naming light quest and get that done at least. Started with 99. We bought a full stack. Oh, Cecil's strength isn't max, and it's not going up because he doesn't have an attack equipped right now. It's only max because of his weapon at the moment. Let's do that. Is the Onion Sword yellow dragons in the Underworld map? Or is that one of the other ones? Nodal always plays the most absurd character concepts he can think of. I've never seen him roll up a character like I guess normal doesn't mean anything in this regard, but he always has like a really absurd character concept. He's never just been like, I'm just a guy with a sword and I like to hit goblins kind of character. And I'm not blaming him, like I never do that either. I've only rarely played a character in the Flumph games in one-shots run by other people, but I guarantee you I didn't roll up a character to be, like, all my characters are absurd. I played goddamn Pantaloons in Treble's game. I don't regret a minute of it. And then Nilo. Nilo was fun. I'd like to revisit Nilo someday. It's not Bahamut, I'm casting Dragon now. Because it takes less time to cast, and I don't have to feed her elixirs as often. And it's the only other summon spell that will hit these monsters and deal damage. But we can get 3 casts of Dragon. Like 3.3 casts of Dragon for each cast of Bahamut. I'm trying to think if I ever actually fell for one of those ridiculous rumors back in the day. I guess as a player, I never really had the inclination to like want to pursue them. So there was stuff I was always like, oh yeah, cool, you can play as Luigi in Mario 64 if you do something completely dumb for 90 hours. But I never was like wanted to sit down for the 90 hours and actually do it. So there's been a bunch of times when like I've read like, oh, this rumor's been debunked. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, whatever. Now, what would be really mean is if they designed this area of the game where there was one encounter on this map more rare than these flans, and it was just a single goblin. Because that would make this way, way worse. Red dragons are not trivial to kill. I mean, I definitely believed a lot of nonsense in video games growing up. I believed all kinds of dumb stuff, but I was never the one to like sit down at home and actively try to do it. Like, oh, if you beat Mike Tyson using only left jabs or something. Like I always knew the kid who can do it and would brag about it, but it was never me. Everybody knew how to bring General Leo back to life, but nobody had actually done it. Actually, my recollection is that particular one, like, the rumors were never, like, that outlandish. It was always, like, the one I remember is, like, you have to kill so many brachiosaurs in the dinosaur forests. So that one I probably have accomplished just by sheer numbers. I've killed 1 million of those brachiosaurs. So yeah, the Dragon Spear and the Dragon Glove are also rare drops, but they don't carry over to the next New Game Plus. So any number of those that we get are just kind of wasted for now. Oh, I don't want to auto battle. What am I doing? God damn it. Like, what was the actual criteria? Like, what was the traditional trick? It was, you had to kill so many Brachiosaurs, but that's all I can remember. Like, kill 99 Brachiosaurs or something. Like, I'm sure I've done that on one save file before. There was one for Secret of Mana I remember too. Like if you fly around the world on Flammy, some absurd number of times something was supposed to happen. But I can't remember more details than that. I never tried that one either, so... I think the actual encounter rate for this creature is the same in this version. Which is to say, awful. But... So the only version of this game where this doesn't work is the US version of Final Fantasy II. Because you cannot get a siren without cheating. Sirens are not a thing you can get in that game. I don't know what you can steal from those monsters in that version, but no, if you sirens are they're dummied out. So if you actually get one in your inventory, it just says dummy instead of siren. It still functions. If you actually manage to get one by using a Game Genie or whatever, it still will do what it's supposed to do. But the item is called dummy. My understanding is all of the dummied items just got replaced by potions in Edge's sneak list. It was sneak in that version, not steal. And they were cure ones, not potions. I'm so dumb that this sword has anti-flan defense. What a random thing for a mid-game sword to have. That's actually true. We did that one by accident back in the day. You can get sword orbs to drop off of certain monsters, and you can get an extra one like that. So we did that by accident playing Secret of Mana back in the day. I don't think I even knew that was a glitch until well into adulthood. Like, the blood sword has anti-flan properties is something that you could make up on the schoolyard. I feel like I wouldn't believe that if I had not just seen it for myself. I don't know, Torgo. It might be just this version. It might be all versions. I've got no idea. What a ridiculous thing. Because what flan in the game is even remotely dangerous other than these ones? Like, that weapon property only matters in this fight. That virtually no player will ever see. That is so weird. We're down to our last 10 sirens. I've heard of the Flandango. I've seen that like on equipment lists and stuff. I can't remember if I've gotten it or not. I've completed the bonus dungeons in Final Fantasy IV. So if it's just a treasure you can get in a bonus dungeon, chances are I've probably got it before. Called the index finger? That sounds disgusting. It's our first back attack against these nerds. Alright. So Cecil's definitely going to die here. Or you can't defend and swap rows at the same time. That's too bad. Ow. I mean, you might put food in your stupid face and still keel over and die. That's a thing that you can do. I try not to eat on stream if I can help it. And I don't like watching streamers do it. I mean, eating on camera is disgusting. I don't know why I think that. Like, if I'm, like, hanging out with people, I don't think it's disgusting if they're eating while I'm hanging out with them. But for some reason, watching a streamer eat while on camera is not kosher. Could be the super close-up. I couldn't do a super close-up if I wanted to because my webcam is very far away. It's like across the room on my TV. She can cast one more time. You typically don't hear the chewing sounds if, like, you're eating dinner and somebody's sitting across the table from you. Whereas, yeah, if you're on stream and you're like... Not into it. In fact, I don't know why I just did that approximation of it. Like, that was very rude of me to have done. Like, I just got through telling you guys I don't want to ever hear that, and then I just do it to you. Sorry. Sorry, I apologize. I apologize. That was the hunger of Hadar sound effects. That's what that was. I've got fried chicken waiting for me in the fridge after my stream tonight. I won't go hungry. So I don't want to alarm anybody, but something tells me we have struck out on the first stack of sirens. We don't get a tail in the next 5 battles. We need to get 1 tail from these, and then we need to get 1 tail from a particular dragon elsewhere in the game. And that's all the farming I want to do in this first playthrough, because that'll give Cecil access to an adamant armor and an onion blade for the second playthrough. There's a 3rd rare drop that we were after, but these guys also dropped that one, and we already have 3 of them. No, I don't want to get any more items than what I've already planned on this first playthrough. I want to be able to put the first story run of this game in the bag without too much grinding. So these 3 items, 2 of which are like the long haul grinds, like the stack of sirens grinds. Oh my god, I used a remedy on Kane instead of Rydia. Well, that's stupid. I'm dumb. I'm a dumb fat boy. I'm surprised it's the first time I dropped that input, actually. Well, whatever. Kane gets to jump on somebody. It's all good. Actually, we'll do this. That's technically true trouble, but if the first one drops the item, but the other 2 drop nothing, we still get the item. That's my suspicion. But yeah, you cannot get multiple items per fight. I do not know how the game handles 2 enemies dropping an item in the fight, though. I better defend here. Ah, you missed Kane, jerk. Oh, if I get the preemptive, I should switch to Kane's turn super fast and try to jump, actually. Or cry. One of the two. Rosa misses a lot. I guess that's what aim is for, but yeah, she does miss quite a lot. Like, my assumption is in this fight, none of the Flans dropped anything. Rather than, like, the first one dropped an item, but then the second one didn't drop anything, and so all of it was overridden. That's my assumption. So I only really need to attack each one once, and then Dragon or Bahamut finish it off. It's just the problem is that Berserk character always attacks that top rank Flan, the one at the top of the screen. So by the time Dragon comes out, it's not capable of killing all of them. By the time Dragon or Bahamut comes out, that top one is almost always mostly dead anyway. Meat in a tube. Don't need to hear about your sex life, man. Gotta keep that kind of stuff to yourself. TMI. Is YouTube meat like tube meat? Is it tube meat that's made for you? I don't actually want the answer to these questions, so I'm just gonna leave it there. Leave it just right there. But yeah, I think the shading on the ground here is supposed to make it look like it's a flat plane that extends out into the distance, but instead the gradient is too sharp and it looks like it's folding upward. Like I'm standing in the bottom of a big tube. It's all tubes within tubes within tubes. We had one siren left. We used 98 sirens. Get out of here! So, we've got fun little side quests to do, and we've got fun little armor to find. My understanding is the adamant armor does carry over. What I'm going to do, though, just in case it doesn't... Oh, all my stuff's messed up. I can't actually fight this battle. Yeah, we can. We just do this. The high quality level grinding is not going to happen until the third playthrough, because that'll be the playthrough where we are able to give everybody the optimal augments to get really high stats. The third playthrough, I'm really going to focus on getting especially Rydia and Rose's speed as high as we possibly can. Bomb crank! We don't need puddings anymore, so we can run from this guy. Like, the entire third playthrough is probably going to be... Like, Rydia's... We're going to be picking her augments and her abilities based on stats rather than what commands we want her to have access to. And that might be the case for all characters, but especially Rose and Rydia. Cecil's dead. That's interesting. I mean, that could be the case, but in the third playthrough, there's a Stardust item. We can just get them from these guys. We should be able to... I'm not going to bother reviving Cecil in here. I'm not going to use an item on it. We can make it 10 more steps without him. I'm pretty sure on the third playthrough you have so many augment options, you can just give anybody any augments you want and really aim for whatever stats you want. If stamina and spirit turn out to be the most useful ones, and we can kind of play around with it on the second playthrough, we can kind of test it out a little bit, then I'll just, on the third playthrough, I'll focus on stamina augments instead of speed. But I think we should be able to do speed and spirit at least on everybody. And I'm pretty sure there's a way to max out everything for every character if you really wanted to. Earth.jpg. We back. We're going to Mycedia. No, we're going to Troya. Actually, I think that's where Naming Way is right now. Well, in any event, first things first. I'm going to save in all 3 slots here first. And this bottom save we're going to keep in reserve just in case the adamant armor doesn't carry over. If I have to have the tail and not the armor in order for it to carry over, I can revert to this save and get it back. But I'm pretty sure the equipment and not the tail is what carries over. Or the tail would carry over, but so does the equipment. That's my understanding. Really, just all your equipment should carry over. You should just retain your full inventory, but for whatever reason you don't. Who should I give this to? Rydia, right? For the 15 speed? Like, that's the correct thing to do in this case. Yeah. Yeah. So what happens if I beat Zeromus while wearing that? It just shows up in my inventory when I start the next playthrough? I guess we're going to have to wait and see. So is he still in Troy, or do we find him in Agart after this? I don't remember. He was back here. No, he's in Agart. He's in the house in Agart. That's right. Because I even mentioned that in 2D, that's the house he shows up in, and that's where he is now. Okay. If this is what you really, really want, well, let's be sure that this is what you really, really want. Bye! Then after Agart, he probably appears in the Dwarf Kingdom somewhere, is my guess. Because storyline, in terms of like progression through the storyline, Naming Way is still way back before Tower of Zod. Because that's when he asked for the Rainbow Pudding, and Rainbow Pudding is ridiculous. Ooh, I never gave the frying pan back. I think I can still do that. I can still do that before the Giant of Babel quest. You have to make sure to hit Yang with it before the Giants. Otherwise, you can't get the frying pan. But as long as you bopped him one, you should be able to go back to Fabul. And then I think we gotta go underground. Peach is not in this game. I'm not sure if you knew that. Treble, I'm not sure about anything in this wide, wonderful world of ours. No, you have to turn the frying pan back in. Okay, this is good information to know. So I can't get the kitchen knife in this game. You have to return the frying pan before the Giants. So that's 2 items that I permanently missed on this playthrough, neither of which carry over. I'm just double checking my inventory to make sure I didn't come back and get it, and I don't think I did. Okay, good to know. You cannot get the kitchen knife back if you miss out on grabbing it. So for the 3rd playthrough, I have to keep that in mind. The other items that I permanently missed in this playthrough of the game was all of Cecil's Dark Knight gear, because I did not unequip him before he transformed into a paladin. None of that gear is going to carry over to the New Game Plus anyway, but if I fail to do that stuff before, well, in the third playthrough of this game, I'm not going to have any choice but to start the first playthrough over back from the beginning. I wonder if I should back up my Steam save then. Like make a copy of it and move it somewhere just in case I mess it up. I can start from the third playthrough instead of the first. We can check the smithy. I can't buy anything from him because I need that money to buy sirens. Yeah, he's open now. What do you sell in this version? The same stuff. Okay. I might if I need to be able to afford sirens, but I don't know for a fact that I do. Like I think I can afford a full pack of sirens with what I have on me. So should be okay. I think this is where Naming Way must have gone, because this would have been the next story location. I just don't know where Naming Way is. You know what? I could just pull up the list. I don't need to guess. He's in the pub, which is back here. And now he's Moping Way, and now I have to fight him. And he gives me an augment. Oh, poor Pudding Way. Oh, someone's macking on his chick. Moping Way the Apathetic. He's gonna regret this, I think. Yeah, he's gonna regret this. Let me give you this for opening my eyes. It's the Eye Gouge Augment. Now, I'm only going to get one of these. So I'm going to give this to somebody who I want to make use of the stat, if it comes to that. And the stat that it grants is speed. So I guess we'll just give that to Rydia then. Should have dropped 20 tenths. Yeah, my goodness, he stole them from us. Because this is not one I can get another copy of later. So we can just give that to Rydia, and then we'll probably never equip it, but we have it now. Next up, he's going to be in the Fame Arch. Which way do I need to go? I need to go this way. I would have guessed Cave of Eblin, actually. I love that this guy stays here. This guy's awesome. Best guy. Best guy is this guy. So I have to walk through that whole cave every time I want to come here. He's not hanging out in here. He must be in like the inn or something. Total bro. That guy is like king bro. Oh, there he is. Thank you for pulling me out of that slump. I like his little dance that he does. I can remain moping way no longer. Loving way the romantic. Aw. Tell me the name of the person you're seeing. Is it like a real thing? Because last time it wasn't a real thing. I can't type peanut. I only get 5 letters. So what would I put in that's 5 letters? I mean, almost that. But what name should I put in for the almost perfect save? I'm not going to misspell peanut in the almost perfect save. It's ridiculous. I wasn't expecting to have to do this kind of nonsense. Emoticons are not allowed. Dave 2? I don't think so. No, you know what? He's asking Cecil, so this is the clear answer. This is the clear answer. That makes the most sense. So Cecil and Rosa walk up, and he's like, "Hi, Cecil, who are you seeing these days?" And Cecil's like, alright, so he's gone again. Next. He will be at the Tower of Prayer in Mysidia. Very good. It's kind of nice having all the maps, but I think that means I won't get map rewards for the second and third playthroughs, which kind of sucks. Because some of those map rewards were like apples and things. Unless they just automatically give you the reward when you enter each map, which would be great. Mysidia. I like that you can see the tower on the world map just kind of poking up out of the back of the city. Oh, there he is. Is this the lady he's marrying? Is this her? She's not a rabbit person, though. Okay. I don't even know what this augment does. HP plus 10, MP plus 5, all stats plus 1. But what does it do? Same as attack, but is powered up for every wit. Oh, wit's not in this version. It is powered up by covering a party member in battle. So the more I cover, the stronger this gets. Interesting. I mean, I gotta give this to Cecil, right? Like, that's the only thing that... So he can destroy monsters using Rosa's love. I could give it to Rosa herself, and she could just be this, like, amazing narcissist. But if it's like the attack ability, I'm gonna save and then try it, I think. Because I have to make this commitment, I only get to make it once, because he's not gonna be here again. We cannot get another copy of this augment. And this is a big stat for everybody, or for all 5 statistics. I think giving this to Cecil is the correct choice. So I'm going to save and then give it to him, and if I don't like it, I guess I'll make the decision later. +1 to all stats seems really good. If it's not like a super good command to use, I'm gonna give it to Rydia, I think. To boost all of her stats as she levels up through the 3rd playthrough. The more times you provide cover, the stronger... Would it even work with anybody but Cecil then? Cover provided 5 times. So it tells you the command. I wonder where that maxes out. Draw attacks clearly doesn't make it go up. And I wonder if that counter resets each playthrough. Let's try it out. Let's see if it's at least as good as his attack command. If it starts out at least as good as his attack command, if it's just strictly better than that and it gets stronger with time, Trouble, was that you super chatting? Sure was. Maxes out at 99. How strong is it at 99? I don't think we can really test against this particular monster because it's already, like, it's an early game monster. And Cecil doesn't have his proper sword either. That's a peach, not a butt. What's wrong with you? Is a pretty good super chat. I don't think... Can I make custom super chats, though? Like, can I upload my own little stickers to use, I wonder? I didn't see a way to do that in the interface. You know what? I'm going to stick with it on Cecil, because even if it's strictly better to give it to Rydia or someone else for the stats, I think the almost perfect save, calling it Rosa's love, and then letting Cecil have it is the correct option. I think I made the correct play there. I've convinced myself. Okay, who's next? Hummingway Cave. So now we're going back to... So they went to the moon for their honeymoon. For their honeymoon. I guess you do go to the moon for your honeymoon. That checks out. That makes sense. Actually, that looks less like a peach, and it looks more like Bart Simpson is mooning me. Not sure I approve of all this. Why don't I draw a line down the middle of your head so it looks like a butt? Now here's Mrs. Naming Way. Hummingway the Lunarian. How did they get up here? While I'm here, I guess I should buy more sirens. 98 sirens. I don't need to buy remedies though, just sirens. I won't need remedies where we're going next. And so after this, he just appears in random locations. So I guess we just start flying around, going down the whole list of places he can appear. Yeah, I can unlock emojis that you can get access to by clicking the membership button, just like you get access on Twitch to emoticons if you subscribe. But like these super chat stickers, I think are a different thing. I actually have to dig out my ancient laptop to get good copies of the first 2 emojis, though. Because I don't have them saved on this laptop, and Twitch doesn't save them in a way that I can retrieve them easily. Twitch is making this whole moving to YouTube process a big pain in the butt for me, basically. So he's just going to be in some random spot, and I don't really know how to make him appear, so I guess we're just going to start flying around the world down the list here. Starting in Baron Castle. Is there like a list of places that... Whatever, we'll just go around. YouTube has been better to me in terms of like numbers so far. I mean, I've only been back to streaming for about a week. We have 15, I think, viewers right now, which for after midnight, that's decent. I don't know where Naming Way is all gonna appear. It says Baron Castle. It's not even appeared in Baron Village. Let me do a broader search. This looks like the kind of information the wiki just doesn't have. Going my way locations. Any Chocobo Forest. Underground Lake, Mount Hob Summit, Troya, Sylph Cave, Lair of the Father. Really? Ugh, gross. Well, I guess we'll start by checking all the Chocobo Forests. I mean, my chat has been much more active on YouTube than it tends to be on Twitch. For comparison, we ran a D&D session on Sunday, and we topped out at 6 viewers, and 2 of those were me, and 1 of them was Nightbot. So that's to give you an indication of how bad it's going on Twitch lately. What I need to do then is cover as much as possible, I think, with Cecil. So we do that. Put that at the top, cover. And he needs to cover as much as possible to get that number up. Like the D&D streams get more views on the YouTube channel. What? Come on. They just put a black chocobo in all the chocobo forests in this version? I imagine he does not show up until after you've been to Troya the first time. I need to fight this fight, actually. So cover Kane, why not? Cry. Oh, it's going to take no time at all to get 99 covers. But he doesn't counter when he covers in that way. He only counters if they draw attacks on him. Steal from the hedgehog. I can't seize cover because he's upstairs. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I hope he's in one of these chocobo forests. There's one up here, and there's the chocobo village. Oh, there's actually the chocobo village north of Troy, and there's a forest south of Troy as well. This is the best chocobo forest in the game right here. On this little inaccessible island. Chocobo Village is not on this map, though, so I'm going to assume that's not a location. Not the map, I mean this list. Something tells me he's not going to be in one of these chocobo forests. Oh, you know what? It is on this list. Never mind. I guess we'll go check. You guys are just asking for it. I don't know what the heck it is. Cover edge. It's fine. Oh, you know, he's countering. Oh, no, he's got attacked. That wasn't a cover. That's a cover. And that does not trigger counter. Only draw attacks triggers counter. I did the one in the ocean already. This list says any chocobo forest, the underground lake, summit of Mount Hobbs. Oh, in Troya. Let's see. Where the woman is sunbathing. So she's up here. Sylph Cave or Bahamut's Cave. That is not a good pose for sunbathing. Like, she definitely looks like she's dying. I do not care, though. Grinding cover, I think, is going to happen naturally over the course of the game, because going forward, the other two playthroughs, assuming that statistic carries over, which I imagine it does, I'm just going to select cover every single fight. So Cecil will just naturally be covering people constantly. That's where the big boy is. If you zoomed this map way out, the forest is actually shaped like a chocobo. What? like a weird ass green chocobo. Like this is its tail up here. That's like the tail of the chocobo. Like you come up here and like this is its eyeball, kind of. And like here's like the weird dingle dangle that comes off the back of a chocobo's head. And then over here is the choco beak. Oh, there's a thing here. Nice. Chocobo's beak over here. Coming down its neck. This is the main torso of the chocobo. So the dark part of the grass is like its wing. And then this is its foot. Looks like a chocobo. What up? So that just leaves the Mount Ordeals, Fabul are the last two. That's assuming this list from this random game facts post from 11 years ago is correct. I wonder if all the Chocobo forests are actually separate locations, or if there's just one location that's a Chocobo forest. I guess they would have to be separate locations because they all have greens to find in them. We actually can't complete the errand in Fabul because we waited too long. If you wait until the giant event, you cannot trade the frying pan back for the kitchen knife, which is something I'm going to have to keep in mind for the third playthrough. Because if I do everything in the game and then mess up that chicken knife... Chicken knife? No, it's a kitchen knife. My word. I already did mess it up just now. But I would... I'd have to start the whole game over from the beginning, from the first playthrough. That's all the Chocobo forests. See if I can find a more comprehensive list. I'm not sure if I trust this game facts post from 11 years ago. Possible Going My locations from the Steam discussion forums. We can check the Underground Lake next. The Damsian. Isn't that the waterfall? No, I guess that's the lake. That's correct. I don't know why these goblins are picking a fight with me. It does not make any sense. Oh, you're a pig. Oh, you got ninja in your face. So getting the goblin summon is going to be a pain in the butt too because of... like the goblin drop can be overwritten by a potion if the overwrite things is actually what happens. You know, he's not here. I already have the pudding, so screw you guys. Drop 25 gil? Oh no! Alright, he's not here. I can't teleport out of this map, really? It's so arbitrary which maps you're allowed to teleport out of and which you're not. I don't want to go to Bahamut's Cave right now. Mount Hobbs is a potential location, apparently. Gotta fight these. No effect. I don't know why you'd ever want to try to cast Pig on a monster, ever. These things only have 55 hit points? Wow. So we've got the bomb fragment and the bomb crank, but we have not yet got the bomb. Nobody set us up the bomb. Back attack, huh? Y'all gonna do me like that? It's not going to be teleported out of this dungeon either, watch. Here's a cover. Good to know. Oh, come on, dude. Don't be like this. Don't be like this, naming wing. So, in practical terms, that dude had been dating the pudding chick for ever. Like, he's been dating her for a long time. Weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. In, like, depending on how many times we stayed at the inn or whatever. Found out she was cheating, immediately decided life wasn't worth living. Cecil beat him up, immediately changed his mind, immediately met another girl, married her right away, took her to the moon, all in the span of a fraction of the time he was dating the pudding chick. Do not see Naming Way on this map either. Please let me teleport. Ah, cool. Sylph Cave. I don't want to go to the Sylph Cave. Looks like the only other places are the Sylph Cave or Bahamut's Cave. I think I'd rather check Bahamut's Cave. No, we'll check the Sylph Cave first, because it's underground. Either way, we gotta reset the whole map, I guess. Oh, these things. We haven't fought these things yet. Adding to the bestiary here. I'm not sure exactly where in the Sylph Cave we need to go. It says to the Mage Masher chest, but I don't really remember where that is. Nope. We're not playing today. Not playing with you nerds. I got toaded. Mage Masher chest must be the one up at the top there. I guess we'll find out. I think I've got to go down to get there. It's fast like attack too. It doesn't have a charge time. It's just a better attack command. Really thought I would never come back to this cave ever again. As Man, how would you legitimately find this guy? I guess you just, at the end of your save, just get bored and start going to all the old maps for no reason, without any expectation that you would find this guy again? Oh, wait a minute. No, we go this way. Whoops. Nah, we're running. I ain't got time for you guys. Your bizarre chin tongues. Go ahead, put me to sleep. Whatever. So the augment we get from him is no encounters, which would be really nice to have right now. Oh, is that it up there? How do I get up there? No, I gotta go all the way back around, don't I? I think I do. Shoot. I went the wrong way at the beginning. Okay, try this again. This quest was not in the game in 1992. No, this is a guide, dang it. This is a quest that exists for the sole purpose of selling strategy guides. I don't think there's a realistic way that you could figure out that you need to keep looking for Naming Way at this point, let alone where you might find him. Alright, so go up instead of down. This is one of these guys, huh? Bye. Alright, I think we get our connecting passage from here. God, remember when this cave was like a huge threat and I was crying about it a lot? And of course he's not here. I have never seen the Odin summon in this game. Let's see it. Bow and arrow? Really? That's interesting. And then he comes through with the sword. Death! That was kind of strange. And of course he's not here either. He's going to be in the last place we look, which is up in Bahamut's dungeon. I guess it's reasonable that a player might find him in Bahamut's dungeon, because that seems like a location you might revisit in the end game. But like Mount Hobbs and stuff. I don't even know what Mecha Baby is. I have no idea what you're talking about. The only bosses that gave me major trouble... Actually, the only boss that gave me major trouble was Golbez. A couple of the bosses threw me a curveball here and there, but Golbez is the only one that actually stopped me for any length of time. So if this list is correct, this is the very last location that Naming Lake can possibly be. The Calberta boss? The only difficulty of the Calberta boss was making sure to add all 3 of the dolls to the bestiary. The actual boss fight is real easy. They hit really hard, but there was not really any threat there. These guys only use magic, so there's no reason to cover it. Not against Calcabrina, I wasn't. Against Golbez. You've got to fight the Calcabrina fight to get to Golbez. But the Calcabrina fight wasn't a problem for me. The tricky part of that was adding all 3 of the potential targets to the bestiary. No, Golbez is the only boss that gave me any trouble. Because he has a barrier shift option in this game that doesn't exist in the original. And it wasn't clear immediately how to get around it. And if you get to that point in the game and you don't have spellcasting items in your inventory, I'm not really sure how you would win. I guess you just level up some more. She's getting +2 speed per level, which is good. And I can increase that to like +4 if I really need to. Oh my god. Last place. Hey, buddy. On a nostalgic journey to remember everything he's lived through. Where's your wife? Excuse me? Oh my god. This is so dumb. Yeah, now that you're no longer on the moon anymore, I guess we can't call you Hummingway. That would be a really stupid thing to call somebody who's not currently standing in a cave on the moon. Okay, I think I'm just going to give this to Cecil, because he's the character we're going to have for the whole game. I don't know when we're going to want to use safe travel in particular, but Cecil's the only one that makes sense to give it to. And so we've seen all the augments, but we still have to give them to people. I need to give these 2 to Edward, which means I'm not giving these 2 to anybody next game. I'm going to go ahead and give this one to Edge, because that's a potential one he might use. And who do we give this one to? Like, I don't really know. What's the stats on this, actually? Let's take a look. The stats on this only strength +1, so it really doesn't matter who we give this to. I don't think we're going to use it much in any event. Where do you get this? Am I going to get more copies of this? Or is this a one and done? No, we should get one of these every time we arrive at the moon. So we'll get 3 of these. By the time we get to the moon, we're already going to be really high level anyway. So it's just a matter of who do we want to level up through the game, if anybody. I'm going to give this to Rosa for now, but I don't think I'm ever going to equip it. And then these 2 have to go to Edward in the next playthrough. Analyze and Bless. Excellent. These friggin' guys. That time he countered after a cover. Maybe it just doesn't happen all the time. Or maybe I missed it before. Well, in any event, kids, it's about that time. We have one more item to grind up in this game. I'm going to start saving in slot 3. One more item to grind up in this game, and then we can complete this run through and move on to the next game. So I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me tonight. Follow the channel if you haven't. The subscribe button's down there. If you want to check out the membership stuff that I just turned on, please do. Otherwise, I will see you all back here next time we embark on this journey together. Peace out.